Hey, Sean, how's it going?
Well, my morning started off with an FBI and ICE raid at the end of my block.
Hey, at least it wasn't your house.
Yeah. So anyway, sorry folks, I can't do the Red Dawn intro at work. My boss would definitely look at me funny, especially with the profanities laced in it. So you just have to deal with the plain version. uh, get on with rain too. I've got a deadline that I don't think I'm gonna be able to meet this week. Did you guys see that link that I sent last night before I went to bed? It was a gun broker listing for a had twice converted, sporterized, modernized Martini Henry in 4570 with a bull barrel. I'm gonna see if I can find it and link it to you guys. It was
Twice,
incredible.
twice converted.
Yeah, wait till you see this. It's fantastic. Yeah, I found it. You're gonna love this. I have to put it in the channel chat because I'm on my phone, but this thing is amazing looking. I have to have it. I need this in my life. GoFundMe for this. If you look carefully at the pistol grip, you'll see that he actually made a custom action lever too. Unlike the original Martini that had the little flat piece with the loop, he put a flat piece that follows the pistol grip with an actual knob on the end of it. Whoever did it did a really, really quality job on this.
Damn.
Yeah, I want that in my life. I mean, look at the price too. It's like that's reasonable. I mean, I'm sure it's going to go up like a couple $100, but Jesus. So it's like you're standing at the pearly gates, and St. Peter's like, all right, you can have Taylor Swift, or you can have Charlotte McKinney, or you can have this rifle. I would be conflicted. True. I would be like, oh man, do I want America's sweetheart country girl? Do I want America's Carl's Jr. super ultra model, or do I want something that can, I don't know, entertain me endlessly? Never wrinkle, never lose its value, never get old,
Never bitches at you.
and doesn't mind being put in a dark box when I don't want to look at it. Honestly, I'd be conflicted over the first two choices, but I wouldn't mind having that rifle. Yeah, the coolest thing I saw this morning during that FBI raid was one of the agents who's part of the forensics team. He was in a wheelchair. He had disabled plates on his van and everything. He was like getting out his kit, which I thought was kind of cool. And he was still wearing a bulletproof vest. I was like, oh my God, this guy's badass.
Yeah,
And he's a military veteran too.
Wonder if the job is why he was in the chair.
No, he's a military veteran. He had DV plates on his FBI van. I was like, that's so cool. Come on, Angry. Go look at that rifle and tell me what you think.
You what?
Angry's on. I was like, click that link and tell me what you think. I bet this stops me from coughing today. It's not a cold or anything. Allergies. Pulling it up on my phone. That stock is beautiful. And broker's a band website at my work. See, I built the network here. That's why I can do this. See, I knew he'd like it. He and I have like the same taste in guns, so I thought that would tickle your fancy a bit. Makes me all warm and fuzzy on the inside looking at it. The only reason I haven't bid on it is because my friend Jeff, he's Darkhound here at Gunchannels, but he's not very frequent. He's the one that sent it to me, and I think he wants it, so I'm not going to bid on it for the last day. That scope actually flips over to the side. It has a hinged mount. That's what when I first saw that, I noticed that too. But I saw those little tabs at the top of the receiver, and I'm like, oh, dude, that's a swing away scope.
I got one of them here.
Yeah, so the story of that gun is it was what, 577.50 or something like that originally. A crazy caliber. And then during the African Zulu Wars, it was converted to 303 British. And then after that, somebody handmade the stock. And then they bull barreled it for 45.70. I bet it's heavy as hell. My kind of
Yeah,
tool.
there's a fairly hefty chunk of iron there.
Mm-hmm. I just think it's really cool someone gave a new life to a really, really old rifle. Basically just kept the receiver and trigger group. Everything else has been replaced. We have a Dano.
The Dano.
Hey, Dano.
Hey, Tony. So did you have that gun sent off at this point?
If any of you guys actually want that rifle, go ahead and bid on it. I'd rather see someone from Gunchannels get it than some total stranger.
I do not. I don't know if the gun's been sent off or not. I hope to hell so, but
I would definitely
Oh,
take that rifle hog hunting. Absolutely.
Does your
Just
dealer
have
have
a
it?
bandolier.
yes, Dano, it's at the shop where I bought it.
They haven't
okay.
shipped it off yet? What the hell?
I don't know.
Oh.
They told me straight up they wouldn't do nothing until at least Friday. So
Yeah, that was last Friday, right?
yeah, the Friday just passed.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess it's all right. Today's only Tuesday. I keep thinking it's Wednesday for some reason.
I have one of those tip-offs that are similar to that.
Does it hold zero pretty well?
No idea. I took it off and replaced it with the fixed.
I don't know, man. I like that rifle though.
On my particular gun, there's no reason on God's earth to have a tip-off on it.
Yeah, that one is kind of a necessity.
Okay. What's the tip off?
The scope
a-
mount tips off.
You mount it to the top of the receiver, but it has two hinges, and you unlock them, and then the scope rotates 180 degrees off the top of the receiver over to the left side of the gun. That way, if you have something like that, I don't know if you saw it, Dan, I put a link there for a gun broker listing. It's a double converted sporterized Martini Henry rifle chambered in 45.70. And that guy had to put a flip over scope mount on it because it's a top loader. Falling block action. Fantastic looking rifle. I mean, whoever built that knew their shit. And it has provenance. It has like some serious history because it actually fought in the African Zulu War.
So it's now I'm assuming that then they were solely made to sporterize milsurp rifles
Maybe.
of that vintage.
I mean, it's it's a secondhand Glock or that. That would be like You're christening into the big bore club. That would probably instantly make you co-founder.
Nah, because they lowered the caliber.
Well, yeah, but it's still 45-70. Plus, you could say it's a war authentic rifle that's seen 3 barrels and 3 chambers. I think that would make you co-founder or like champion emeritus. I knew it. Oh shit. So my boss has these ginger candies. They're spicy, but not coughing either. So I'll deal with it.
That's kind of unusual. Ginger candy.
It's Chinese.
Oh,
It's actually pretty good.
I actually like ginger.
Me too.
I was more of a Marianne fan.
Huh. Yeah. Yeah, she aged better too. That was
Ginger
like a
the
nice.
spice, not the lame ass redheaded actress.
She had a thing for the professor though. Yeah, I got a compliment on my Facebook post last night about being a gun guy and a sports fan. That was kind of cool. It's actually, that gun is for sale near-ish to Andrew. If you really want it, if it's a shop, you could probably just drive over there and they'll take down their auction. That's how I got my night guard. I saw it on Gunbroker and I called the shop and I'm like, if I want to come buy it, will you take down the auction listing? He's like, absolutely. So I mean, like if you have an extra gun or a spare one that you really you're not attached to, job done. Post a selfie with it and I'll be like, oh, super jelly. And then when you get bored of it in 10 years, you can sell it to me.
I didn't think that when you posted something on Gunbroker, just take it down at any time.
Yep. You just put a disclaimer in your listing saying that this is also available for local sale, and if I have a local sale, I'm going to take down this listing at any time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like if I have a unicorn gun that I'm looking for, I will find it locally within 3 to 4 years' time. Every gun that I've been looking for that I found on Gunbroker or something that I wanted, I found it locally within 3 or 4 years. That night guard was like the last little one, the real serious one. Or no, sorry, the Jetfire was the one that I found recently that was local. I'm kind of kicking myself too because I missed out on one for half what I paid for the one I bought. And that was right at my local. Somebody beat me to it by about 2 hours. I drove over there and they're like, yeah, we sold it 2 hours ago. Which is why they call me now every time they get something that they think I'd be interested in. They're like, hey, we've got this if you would like to come look at it. I'm like, yes, I would. I went and looked at that Lar Grizzly that I was talking about yesterday. It's nice, but too rich for my blood.
You said LAR, L-A-R?
Mm-hmm. Lar Grizzly is basically a 45 Super version of a 1911 with a 6-inch barrel. They're beastly. It was the most powerful semi-automatic handgun produced until the Desert Eagle came out. It was even more powerful than the EMT.
They did a write-up on that 50 caliber lever in this month's edition of my NRA magazine.
I mean, you don't see them very often, especially down here. What's really funny about that rifle is there's a seller here in Texas. He's got a custom Ruger. He calls it the Super Duper Red Hawk. It's in 454. It's got a 12-inch full barrel. I mean, that barrel is literally as probably as thick as that one on that Martini Henry there. It's just like this gigantic pipe, but it's really well finished. It's got
Does
a
it
nice
like
scope.
require a bipod?
You could put one on there.
Is the front heavy?
It's a 7.5 pound pistol.
So yeah, it's heavy.
Yeah, I mean, it's made for like dangerous game. The guy who built it actually hunted bear with it, and he would walk in the woods with a walking stick with a crook in it and that pistol. I was like, you should have inscribed big meaty ones on the side of the barrel because that's what that guy had. Giant balls. I don't go into the woods looking for a bear. That guy was fucking crazy. You think I have a screw loose? That thing would definitely be unique, though. Maybe I'll send it to Iraq Veteran 88, 88, 88, 88. Like, hey, this might be of interest to you.
You is it possible? I don't know what you're doing there, but you put a link in the side chat so I can just take a peek at it.
Let me see if I can do it. Give me a sec.
I'll do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it would require me to like pat my head, rub my tummy, and sacrifice a bird
Yeah.
or something.
Oh, thank you, Tony.
You're welcome.
Gorgeous.
Hey guys, I'm gonna duck out of here for a while. I'm cooking some stuff and I need to check on it.
No problem.
I'm thinking if you see that and you like what you see, you're gonna regret having buying that Tokarev. You'd be like, oh shit. The swing away scope is in the other pictures. Nice. I don't think I've ever seen one like that either. I'm sure someone else has done something similar, but not in 4570. I suspect it's going to go probably twice as high before that auction closes. Maybe they're just kind of sandbagging it for now. Yes, Caitlyn Jenner's transition surgery was a resounding success. Operation Sausage Drop.
Where are you? I thought that's old news.
It broke yesterday.
Well, I thought he was converted like a year ago.
Oh no. That the thing is I'm still gonna call him a he. I'm sorry. He was born that way, but
Yeah, I mean,
he said that he was taking the hormone therapy and he grew his hair out and he was shaving his body or whatever. And he was like, when I do the final surgery, he's like, I'm not gonna tell people when I do it. I'm just gonna tell them after I finished it. That way people stop asking. And I think it happened like yesterday or the day before yesterday. So now he's officially a loon.
because he was like bragging, like, and he's been doing a lot of this showing off the camera stuff at the house.
He's not even attractive as a woman. That's what's kind of creepy.
Yeah, he looks like a bad transvestite.
Yeah, it's like if you were passable as a woman, that's one thing, but I don't think so. Like he did photo shoot for Vanity Fair, and it was like, he still wasn't passable. You just don't have feminine facial features. Some people don't. I know men who have feminine facial features, and obviously Chad Bono has masculine facial features. So
your cheeks, your chin, your nose, your eyebrows,
your Adam's apple.
Well, yeah, well that's just below the face, but yeah.
Yeah, he had a very broad face. So the only real woman that I know who has a face like that, kind of broad, is Renee Russo. She's kind of mannish. It's not a knock against her. It's just she has a very blocky shaped face.
I got a question for you on this rifle.
Sure.
This is conversion from a 5.77 caliber.
Yep.
Rifle. Okay, so that's larger than a half-inch.
Yes.
Now it has a 45 caliber barrel on it.
Yes.
Which is smaller than a half-inch.
Yes.
Did they just physically replace the entire barrel?
That gun has actually been in a war. It's been rechambered and rebarreled twice. It went from 5.77, and then when it entered the African Zulu Wars, it was rechambered in 303 British, which means it had a new barrel put in and it had a new chamber put in. And then after that, someone sporterized it with a custom-made, handmade stock, and then he had it rebarreled with a heavy bull barrel with a 45-70 chambering. And he had that custom breech handle made. He had the stock made. He had the foreign made. He had the barrel made. So the receiver is the only thing original now.
Right. Okay.
But I mean, it's a masterful job. Like, either someone really loved that rifle, or somebody was a really good gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the receiver is dated 1877 or something.
And did you say that is yours?
No. It's up for auction. If that was mine, I'd never sell it.
Oh, okay.
I'd fucking be buried with that one. Everything was tastefully done and probably properly engineered. And it's a single shot, so it's not like you have to worry about magazines or anything like that. Drop the block, drop the shell, aim, fire.
But then, potentially you could be a future mark for a grave robber. I realize it doesn't really happen nowadays, but
that's even if I died. I mean, I've seen ghosts in the shell.
If it was a thing in the past, it can be a thing again.
Yeah.
It's like people who say, "Well, we can never have another Great Depression." I said, "Well, what do you mean we can never?"
We did have another Great Depression.
It's already shown us that it can happen all around the world.
We totally had another Great Depression. We called it the Great Recession of the 2000s because they didn't want to put the markets into a further panic. We already had a Great Depression. The original Great Depression started with a 9% drop in the market in one day. The Great Recession was like a 40% correction.
Right.
That was way more than depression. Unemployment was at its highest. Interest rates were at zero. Gas prices were hyperinflated through the roof.
If it wasn't for fiat currency, we would have had more realistic symptomology.
Yeah, if the rest of the world says we don't, your paper money has no value, we would have been bankrupt. The whole nation would have been screwed.
Yep.
But the rest of the world does the same thing, so we're all in the same boat.
Well, that's where one thing that I kind of wonder about it. Like, for example, something recently that's happened is how do you consider keep up just in broad strokes with the macroeconomic things of the United States and in the world in general? I don't mean an expert.
Well, I try to keep up with it as best as I can, but I'm a psychologist, not an economist, so I think of like the common man and his bottom dollar when it comes to the market.
Yeah, but I mean, you may be formally trained in one area, but that doesn't mean you're not intelligent enough to
Yeah.
become,
I verse myself in it, if that's what you're asking.
right, exactly. I have a degree in psychology and another degree in sociology.
Mm-hmm. Well,
But
they are kind of hand in hand. I had to do both.
But I'm self-taught in a lot, self-educated in a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's more because some people. The reason I ask is because some people, once they finish their traditional education, that is literally the end of their learning.
Yeah, and that's when their brain matter starts to degenerate at a rapid rate too.
Either they don't have a hobby that makes them think, or they don't have to actually study, but that's just what I did. Other things.
Oh.
And finances and financial macro level stuff is one of the things I study. Because I was never taught that stuff in high school. That wasn't my thing in college. I was also never taught it.
Yeah.
So I went back and learned about the Great Depression and then various other depressions back in the 1800s that you'd never hear about.
Yeah, like the recession that followed the Civil War, for instance, during Reconstruction.
Right. Yep.
Basically, Manifest Destiny was part of trying to kickstart the economy by, introducing expansion and economic expansion, frontier expansion, trying to invent new trade, that kind of thing.
Yeah. And then through looking backwards in history, I try to view current macro events through the eyes of history rather than through just personal reaction. Well, like, we've always been fine in my lifetime, so we'll continue to be fine.
Hillary Clinton was one presidential election from the brown shirt revolution. I truly believe that. She was working on gun control. She was leaving the borders open and unsecured. She was trying to limit the powers of Congress. She was trying to limit the powers of the people, take away their rights. She was literally the progenitor of progressivism, or she would have been. And she may have been the trigger for the Second American Revolution.
What's her name again?
I forgot. She's a bitch, so.
Well, hold on to that thought, because I want to refill my coffee, but I want to ask you a question about her.
Oh, I thought you were just asking that as a joke. Zulu gun, no reserve. Yep, I'm telling you, man. Anybody on Gunchannels, if you want it, buy it with my blessing. If you get bored of it, let me be the first person you call when you do. If I had fucking $500 to spend right now, shit, that'd be mine. If I had $1,000 to spend right now, I would personally drive up there and pick it up. Well, Angry, maybe we can start like a GoFundMe pool. We'll pool all our resources, and since you're the closest one there, you can go pick it up. And then we can just take turns passing it around to each other. That way, at least it's in one of our possessions. Just don't let Stone Guy have it. We'll never see it again. Did that little knee-jerk reaction because of the advice of Tech Daddy yesterday. He was like, you should mention that shit every day. Even though it's 2 years old. Honestly, I got nothing against the guy. He didn't take anything from me. If he really did have marital trouble, I'd have dropped everything I was doing too. I would have left an apology to everybody I took parts from and say, I'm willing to send these back to you. Or if you guys just don't mind me sitting on them for a while, I have to deal with family issues. But he didn't even do that, and he's still going to events, and that's kind of shitty.
Who are you talking to?
People listening in Gunchannels right now.
Oh, okay. I just thought because I was in the kitchen filling my coffee, and I'm like, do you think I'm still there?
No, like Clay and Angry are typing away. So.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So what did Angry have to say there?
I was saying that we should start like a GoFundMe and pool all our resources. Like everyone chips in, say, 20 or 30 bucks, and then with the money we raise together, we buy that rifle, and then we just pass it around to one another if anybody wants to use it. And I said, don't send it to Stone Guy because we'll never see it again.
Well, that is a I was going to say fair statement, but it's an understandable statement. I mean, I don't know under any of the details of that other than the broad stroke, so to speak.
Yeah. I mean, until I hear it from his own mouth, I heard he had marital trouble and he had a family business, like a jewelry business or something. So he had to drop everything he was doing.
That was his job.
Yeah. So it's like, I'm not mad at the guy. He didn't take anything from me.
He was he was not a full-time or an official part-time officer anymore when he was on Gunchannels.
Yeah.
He was a reserve officer at that point. Which there's nothing wrong with being a reserve officer. I'm just saying the way it is. And you know, and that his full-time gig was in the retail jewelry business. And
he's family owned too, right?
Relatively speaking, yeah. And I can only assume from little comments he said over time that his wife was not happy with his YouTube experience.
Yeah.
Because he would say like, "Ah, fuck the bitch." I mean, you know, kind of in a joking way.
You mean kind
But
of
it's like sometimes people say things in a joking way. There is a thread of
offense
of something actually there.
Yeah.
It's not meant in its totality in that way, but it is meant that yeah, there's something going on.
See, even though it happened before, like before this person, I call that flippyisms. Because he would do the same thing. He would poke fun at his wife or whatever. But I think it was all in just good humor. But I think she had enough of it, or something. I don't know. I don't know what goes on in his house. So.
Well, I don't know whether it was good humor or not because I don't know her, and clearly, you know, we only know the persona that he wanted to present to us.
Yeah.
Because when it's a persona and it's not really you, over time, like here on Gunchannels, sooner or later your true self will come out. Yeah. And it's like, you know, people have an impression of me, and over time, you know, I mean, unless it's somebody brand new, if I try to be something different than what I am, my real self will come out.
I forgot.
Oh. And on Gunchannels, I've seen it happen more than once. When you see guys that are on here like a lot, and they're married, those two go ahead. Okay, let's go see what's happening in the lobby. So Clay, yeah, Clay, I see about your statement there. Forgot about AR building was sourcing. Yeah, I didn't find out about the requests for donations until after the fact. So I guess in that way I was fortunate. But then again, I don't carry or have like just spare parts laying around with no designated use for them. I mean, the spare parts that I do have are parts that are more likely to break in guns that I currently use. I have some, you know, spring kits for my Glock, or Glocks, I should say at this point. And yeah, Clay, I would agree with you. um, entirely. And there's no way to actually quantify your comment as far as, well, how much time um, not being engaged in your real life would your comment be true or not. I think that varies from individual to individual. But I definitely agree in your core statement. And as I'm sitting here, drinking my second cup of coffee for the morning, I'm going to be heading to the range here in a little bit. I was going to go yesterday, but I was not. Sunday night and yesterday during the day, I was just Sunday night I actually got sick, and then Monday I just I wasn't sick, but I didn't feel well, so I didn't go to the range yesterday. So want to do that today, and bringing my AK, my Bulgarian AK with me, and got a side-mounted Midwest Industries rail on it, and a Vortex Spark, and I bore-sighted the red dot, but I belong to an outdoor range, and therefore during the winter I don't shoot very much at all, because the idea of going and paying $20 to go shoot at an indoor range just bothers me when I know that I have a range available all year round. So I just tend to shoot less in the winter. Yeah. Caffeine is good motivation in multiple ways, not only chemically, but you have enough coffee sooner or later, you have to get off the couch, whether you like it or not. My voice suddenly dropped out. I don't know why that did that. I'm not eating anything. It's got very gravelly. Turned into it smeggy there for a minute. But also bringing my Glock 43, which has yet to be baptized, so that'll hopefully happen today. And I always like to, end my range sessions with go to the 200-yard rifle range, and then just do some 200-yard steel blinking. Got at my range, we've got these 10-inch wide plates at the 200-yard range. Yep, hit or miss. Tuesdays, 9 o'clock. That's courtesy of via Smeggy. I'm channeling my inner Smeggy. But I like to end my range sessions as long as I remember to bring my rifles by doing some 200-yard plinking, whether it's with my AR and or AK. Today it'll be the AK. Oh, let's see what else is happening in the world today. Go take a look at the Yahoo News. So I see it looks like the California shooting that happened, I believe it was yesterday, was husband comes in, kills his wife that's a teacher who was teaching apparently special education. So not that it helps anybody who's either injured or dead, but sometimes the why is one of those questions. I think it's just natural as human beings, whether it's terrorism or marriage gone wrong or whatever, that we have this need to know why, to try to. I think it's just trying to make sense of the greater world around us. We do that all the time. I mean, when we talk about bigger events, like whether it be Syria or something outside of ourselves that we have no control over, we have no say-so in it. Nobody's going to come and ask my opinion. But still, as individual human beings, we always want to try to make sense of that greater world. And oftentimes, it makes no sense.
So I heard you talking about that story, Dano, and I don't know how something like that could happen in California. Don't they have a 10-day waiting period on all new firearm purchases?
Yeah, ironic as that may be. But it's not about, and I think that's the one thing that kind of drives us freedom-loving people crazy is it's not about logic, reason, or even the prevention of violence. It's about the elimination of what they perceive as the boogeyman, and for them, the boogeyman. And if they perceive that somehow the firearm is with that either it's going to be such a hassle to attain one or maintain one that people will be less attracted to it, that the general interest in getting one will go down over time, because they're clearly playing the long game, because the short game is not going to work, at least not yet. Sooner or later the short game will, and that's just simply a constitution, an amendment to the Constitution through Congress that's signed off by the president, and then I believe, I'm not sure if it's required or not, but and then signed off by a certain percentage of the states. It's like the Equal Rights Amendment, which is one that happened back in the 70s. It had to be signed off by, I forget, it was all the states or just so many of the states to become part of the Constitution, and it never was. I mean, it was passed by the Congress, House and Senate, and signed by the president. I'm not sure if it was Johnson or who it was that signed it.
Did you read the story about the judge in Chicago?
Yeah, that he was shot outside his home.
And he was about retirement age, as I recall, but was still working, and had put away hardened criminals throughout his career. And as the story said, had recently had an interaction with someone, some type of road rage incident where he was assaulted and had to have reconstructive surgery to his face.
Holy cow!
And I think they found the guy and they locked him up. And so the story was presuming that his murderer might have been that guy who was getting retaliation. And it just is really surprising to me that a judge who has worked in the community, and apparently all the people that live in that neighborhood have lived there their whole lives, and they knows firsthand about the violence in Chicago, wouldn't, and is more than capable of taking the steps to protect himself, wouldn't
do so,
take those steps and carry a gun and train with a gun.
Well, there's, I don't have a special insight, but I grew up in a family, a neighborhood, a town, an entire section of the greater Chicago area that believed in a fantasy land that if you live in a, quote, I'm using air quotes, safe neighborhood, crime will not come to you. You have to go to it. So as long as you stay out of the, using quotes again, bad neighborhoods in Chicago, you'll be fine. There's no need, there's no worries there. And if you are worried, you're being paranoid. But they literally believe that all the way to their demise, or the demise of someone else.
I mean, I was under the assumption that all judges carried a gun, and there are provisions within state laws that allow the only people in the courtroom to be armed are the bailiffs and the judges.
Right.
And heck, they named a firearm after them, right?
And I would think, depending on what type of cases they tend to hear, that they would have the option of getting additional paid by their governmental agency security if warranted. Like if you're hearing felony cases, and that's your main thing, it's only a matter of time until somebody decides to look you up.
Are you talking about that judge that got ambushed?
Murdered?
Yeah. I was in gun control laws working for you up there.
Yeah.
Every time something like that happens in Illinois or California, that's my first response. How's that gun control working for you?
And I was telling Clay that, I grew up in the northwest suburbs of Chicago, is that, that they truly believe that if you live in a safe neighborhood, that's why you move to the suburbs, is to escape that you are perfectly safe, and that the only way that harm can fall upon you is if you go to a bad neighborhood. Therefore, the cure, very simply, is just stay out of bad neighborhoods.
And for the most part, that's probably accurate. I'm going to say, 98% of the time, that's probably accurate. But this guy, again, was putting away murderers. And I'm going to just guess that through the Chicago or state of Illinois system, whatever, that he, as a judge, can get a carry permit, like, automatically.
Well, even before there was concealed carry.
And I'm not saying he didn't have a concealed carry permit, or he wasn't carrying at the time. I'm just saying that, I mean, the way the story goes.
Yeah, but when you become...
He's never drawn a gun on somebody who is assaulting him or murdering him.
But that, it's true 98% of the time, also lures you into a false sense of security. And that's what I'm referring to.
I think it just lures people into a positive sense of naivete. They sniff the glue long enough, and they believe the lie long enough, it becomes a truth to them.
And then when something, because I remember the first time that there was a gas station where somebody was not just drunk, it wasn't just a robbery, they shot and killed the clerk. and it was only 2 miles from my house, which was, you know, I grew up back in the days when there were lily white suburbs of Chicago, and everybody moved out there to escape the crime of Chicago. And how shocking it was that there was a violent crime that occurred in, I'm going to use air quotes again, our neighborhood. And of course, they were people who simply did this. They got in a car or a bus and drove out from Chicago to better pickings and knocked off a gas station that they knew did a high amount of cash traffic.
And I think what Sean is saying is pretty accurate, and I'll just go a little bit further into it from what I've been hearing in these discussions this morning about this, in that there seems to be a sense of altruism that public servants inherit that leads them to believe that, you know, violence is not the answer, and peaceful solutions will work. And it seems a little foolhardy when you look at the numbers.
Well, I mean,
peace against violence in a place like Chicago.
It's, you know, I mean, it's. I understand that there is a personal or a certain truth to the good neighborhood thing, but I'm going to use an analogy of a car. It's like saying that I only need to do preventative maintenance on my car, i.e. good neighborhoods, long term. Therefore, I will never need to do corrective maintenance, because I do this corrective maintenance by living in a safe neighborhood and surrounding myself with like-minded people.
It's not quite the same.
And of course, no analogy is one-on-one.
No,
but I'm saying,
I think
we get corrective maintenance, preventive maintenance. There's two different types of things to keep the car, i.e., your life going.
No,
one is
you're
preventative.
on the right track, for sure. I think a more applicable analogy is I wanted a car that I didn't have to worry about the maintenance on, so I bought a Toyota like everybody else. And they never realized that every car is built by a different person on a different day, on a different shift sometimes. And you may have a Monday car, or you may have a Friday car, or you may have a Wednesday car that was built by the best guy in the shop.
Even if you have it built by the best guy in the shop, that doesn't eliminate the need for corrective maintenance ever.
Right, but corrective maintenance is basically something you do after something goes wrong, after the fact.
Right, right.
Preventative maintenance.
That's 911. That's the police. That's law enforcement. That's our
concealed carry.
Concealed carry.
Yeah, because that's something that you do for you. That's preventative maintenance. So that's concealed carry.
Concealed carry is and I'm just saying off the top of my head, there's probably something I'm not thinking about, but is one of the few things that can be both preventative and corrective. Although in our legal society, it's only supposed to be corrective
and chastise.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm okay with the fact that bad guy sees gun, bad guy decides not to commit crime. Therefore, no one gets hurt. But you don't use it like a flag either.
Well, yeah, but that's the argument of anybody who's anti-open carry. It's like, oh, it's going to be the Wild West. And it's like, you know how many open carry states there are? You know how many constitutional carry states there are? And are any of them the Wild West? No. Then why would you assume it's all of a sudden going to happen? Let's talk about something else. You're a sexist, racist, homophobe. And it's like, welcome back to your playbook.
Yeah, and that, you know, the moment they go to what's it called, an ad hominem attack, is the moment that they clearly have nothing else of substance. They support their position.
What's really tragic about liberals is you can get them to that point in usually less than 30 seconds. You just disarm them in 30 seconds.
Yeah, they are very sensitive. They don't even want to see a gun because to them it's a symbol of violence. And that really shatters their conception of altruism and utopia and peace on earth.
I'm going to be busy today. My fucking phone won't stop ringing. pits.
And I've watched a bunch of these videos on the protests of recent times in Portland and other places. But the people are really anti-cop. These protesters really hate the cops. They're just sitting there taunting them, insulting them right to their faces. And I believe that the cop's gun represents that same thing. That the ability to be self-sufficient and that symbol of force that they don't respect, and they don't want anyone to have.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have and then you have the officer himself, and that's why, like in urban communities, they want cops back walking a beat, is because the physical presence is a deterrent, a preventative. Whether it's the physical officer in the uniform, and he's got, and of course, and you just assume, whether you see it or not, that he has a gun on his hip, is preventative, and it is. But what he can't see, or what's around the corner, is still going to happen. But at least where he physically is, people are not, unless they just don't see him, are not going to be committing obvious crimes.
Yeah, I never see beat cops anymore. I mean, not that I ever did. I'm not that old, but I never see cops just strolling the city street. They're always in a patrol car, always,
Right.
unless they're responding to a call, and then the patrol car isn't that far from them. Or there are some bicycle cops. You see those once in a while.
Yeah, in the city that I work in the summertime, they'll have cops walking a beat, and then for probably 8 months out of the year, they'll have cops on bicycles, and of course, for whenever there's a special event, there's always cops on feet. But yeah, it's become, it's more expensive because they can't cover as much of a geographical area as a cop in a car. And finances is another reason why they went from 2 cops per car to 1 cop per car. It was a very expensive system. Yeah, it worked very well because you literally have someone covering your 6. You have 2 sets of eyes. But it is expensive. And people have become now so accustomed to, cops being in cars, not being, walking a beat. And when there is a cop car, there's only 1 cop per car. The idea of having 2 officers in a car is like a foreign concept. I mean, because the guy who's driving the car, at best, half of his attention, or some fraction, is looking for crime. Most of his attention is making sure he doesn't run into the cars around him.
They definitely do a lot of multitasking these days. They've got computers and phones and.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I really do appreciate all the cops out there, and I don't understand. I mean, I've known people that fervently despise them and accuse them of not doing their jobs and whatever, But like, I appreciate every minute that they're on duty in my community, because they really are the only line between me and the criminals.
And you know, and of course, every occupation has bad apples. That's just a fact. And because their position is totally in view of the public, those bad apples are going to be seen and experienced by the general public.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that that's life, but it's not like I ever am the how do I say this? It's not like I'm ever going to be subject to the actions of a bad apple because I'm not a criminal. So it's really only the criminals or, you know, the mistaken identity of a criminal, I suppose.
I mean, I know a guy, he's a school teacher out in the small town that I live in, who was shaken down because he took a shortcut through an alley by a Chicago cop. I mean, these things happen. You don't have to be a criminal to be affected by these bad apples.
In other news today, the Pentagon has awarded United Airlines with a contract to forcibly remove Assad from power.
Well, that was an airport cop that pulled the guy off the plane.
It wasn't actually United.
And I think he got fired.
It was hilarious. Someone sent me that picture this morning. I thought I'd share it with you.
I didn't hear about that. What was the reason he pulled the guy off the plane?
They were overbooked. They needed to remove 4 people from their seats. 3 people volunteered. 1 person was chosen. They said, look, we'll give you $800 compensation. We need you to get off the plane because we have 4 staffers who need to be on this flight to get to St. Louis. So they don't have to cause nationwide delays with missing crew. And this guy refused to get up, and they became belligerent. So then they called airport security, and they came and they physically dragged him off the plane on his back.
Huh. I mean, but there is a certain human part of once you plant your ass in that seat, there's a psychological thing of, okay, I paid for it.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's just bad planning on the airline's part.
It's a moral debate is what it ended up being, because you're right.
I mean, weren't they offering like $900 for the seat?
Yep, $800 plus the next flight out for free.
I would have picked up on that. I mean, unless I had some critical appointment I had to make, which apparently, you know, a lot of people who fly for business are kind of on a schedule.
Yeah,
right.
But what it is it's a shitstorm that escalated and escalated and escalated, and it got out of control. It could have been resolved very simply and very easily, or someone else could have heard the offer and just say, hey, you can have mine. You know?
Yep.
It's stupid, but the Assad removal thing I thought was comedy gold.
Well, because they don't offer you $900 in cash. It's $900 in airline vouchers. So if you don't fly a lot, if you fly like I do once a year, then, you know, you're not going to realize that value for some time in the future.
There's a big stink on it all over the news today. So.
And then, of course, you've got to fly that same airline that is clearly poor at planning. And
yeah,
you
so
may
the guy
find
that
it
was removed was a doctor that had to be at work the following day. So it's like he had a good reason why he didn't want to give it the seat.
Yeah, you would think they have figured all this stuff out by now. All these airlines and just keep on making the news with these ridiculous stories.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, most airports have flights like bus schedules, right? So if they ask you to get off of this flight, you could probably catch the next one in 2 hours. Unless it was the last one of the day.
Out in the chat, Angry says he was a doctor that had to be at work the next day.
Yeah, I think Sean just said that too.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you know, I didn't know proctologists with their head that far up their own ass would make it that difficult for people. It's like you call the office and be like, my flight got delayed.
But you know, one occupational hazard of being a doctor is society tends to pump your ego full of shit so that you actually walk around outside of your office thinking that you are the shit.
Well, this guy in particular apparently had been charged with a number of felonies in previously, and for prescribing opiates without a prescription, something like that. So yeah, he had he's got some questionable reputation going into
But
this
then we go right
situation.
back to what I said on that other stuff. Every career path is going to have its bad apple.
Hello.
Actually, evening for you.
Hello. Well, I'm going to drop out. I'm going to try to join back in on my phone, but I'm trying to work my way towards the range. So
Did you already
I'll try to
pick up
catch
the
you guys a
Tucker
little bit. You running this till the end of your workday?
Yeah. Did you already pick up the Tucker?
No. In fact, it hasn't been shipped yet.
That's frustrating.
Because I told this, I'll go ahead and retell the story. Is the day after I ordered it, in the middle of the night. That morning, I called to make sure that they had my FFL information. They had I had my FOID card. I had to give them that they had all that stuff correct. And the woman over the phone looked it up and read everything back to me. Everything was fine. Okay, and then they say, okay, don't ask about shipping until it's been at least two business days since you've ordered it. So I waited 2 business days to go by, didn't hear anything. So on day 3, in the middle of the day, I call them and they say, well, your order's on hold. And I said, well, I have 2 questions. One, why is it on hold? And why is it that this is the first time I'm hearing about it when I called you? How long were you going to have it on hold until I contacted you? Well, she had no answer for that.
She's a liberal.
But she said, well, we couldn't find your FFL information. I said, and that's exactly why you'll see if you have records for customer service calls by order, you'll see I've already called on that exact issue. And so I gave her the information again, and I said, can you send me a confirmation that you actually have this information in your computer? And she says, well, you'll get a confirmation once it ships. And it usually, and then she tells me what I already know, 2 days after today. And so today is the day that I'm supposed to get an email from them saying that it has shipped, because they said, well, we ship Monday, but we don't send out the notifications until 24 hours afterwards.
Well, that makes sense because there won't be any information in the history until it's actually gotten into a post office or UPS has actually picked it up.
Wrong.
Pickups.
Because with the courier service, you can have a number assigned by yourself. So that the number should,
label. Yeah, they can do that.
at least in my country, that way. You for example, I want to ship something tomorrow, but today I get a number for that package.
Yep.
Now
we make the labels the day or almost as soon as the orders are put in our system, our mail or our shipping system server. It makes the labels automatically. An email within 10 minutes of your order, and it'll say label was created for your order, and it gives you the tracking number. And it says TBA. Or
so I ordered the gun a week ago Monday in the middle of the night, and I called them again Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock in the morning to verify the FFL information. And of course, then I called them again Thursday when I saw there was no shipping information. No, excuse me, Friday morning. And of course, she said, well, it's too late for it to ship out today, and it's already Friday morning. I said, right? Oh, what?
This was through SOG, Southern Ohio Gunworks, or whatever?
Yes. And so she said, well, it should ship Monday, but you'll get the notification Tuesday. And it's granted it's 11:40 a.m. in my time zone, and they are in the Eastern time zone, so it's 12:40. through their day. And as of yet, maybe later today it will come, but I don't have a confirmation of email yet from them.
Are you starting to get that uneasy feeling that you might never get this gun?
Well, I got that uneasy feeling when it was on hold and they neither emailed me about the FFL issue or bothered to call me about the FFL issue. It's like, how long were they just going to sit on it?
Well, you'll know at the end of today whether or not this is going to be a huge hassle.
Yeah. I mean, if I get an email by tonight, I'll be satisfied. I'll be happy.
Usually, courier or gun or people who have services. Even in my country, they ship all the packages at the end of the program. So, for example, at 4 o'clock, when they end the program or something like that. Because today I get my parts for the 3D printer, and one of the parts was 1 millimeter thicker than it should be. And they say they cannot ship it today because it was too late when I called them. So tomorrow they will ship it at 4 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah, I imagine firearms are a little different than printer parts because of chain of custody. So.
Well, I mean, I have another example. Is Thursday. This is after business hours. I placed an order with sgammo.com. I got a verification of the order instantaneously. On Friday, I got it's in process notification as far as they're picking the order. Yesterday, I received a notification that it had shipped, and today I got a delivery date of tomorrow. Now I ordered this on Thursday after business hours, ammunition. 4 days after I ordered the gun. The ammunition will get here, who knows how many days before the gun ever does.
Well, these things happen.
And it's the ammunition for that gun. It's Tokarev ammo.
Yeah, I feel like there's all kinds of glitches in the software these days. Sometimes you get an email, sometimes you don't. Most times you do. I'd say 99% of the time you get the required emails through the computer. But yeah, another glitch I just ran into is I saw an ammo deal online at Cabela's, $9.99 for Blazer Brass, 9mm. And so it's the best price I ever seen. So I wanted to pick up some boxes, so I stopped at Cabela's on my travels. And I go to the pistol ammunition aisle, and I'm looking. There's lots of 9mm, but no Blazer Brass. Well, that's odd. So, and I didn't want to. I was actually at that point, I was gonna ask one of the guys behind the counter, but he was busy fiddling with a rifle or something. So I just kind of meandered around, and then way on the other far end of that whole firearm section, there's a shelf with some various ammo on sale, and there it is, the stacks of Blazer Brass, but they were advertising it as $10.49, and I'm like, oh well, this is obviously an error, so I'll just get 500 rounds of this, and I actually got 300 rounds of that. They also had Federal Premium 100-round boxes for $20.49, something like that, so I picked up a couple of those. But yeah, I went up to the counter, and I checked out, and I was like, I want to make sure they charge me $9.99 for this. And then, but of course, they were charging me $10.49 for the Blazer Brass. And so she had to actually look it up on their webpage and then manually go in and adjust the price on just my order, on my receipt. So a little bit of bait and switch there, I think.
There's a catch with that sometimes too. It'll be like an online purchase code or something, or only for online purchases or something like that. But I mean, if it was for walk-ins and she corrected it, at least you got it. Sometimes
yeah, and I understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to get people into their store, so they pick up, like I picked up a water bottle that was on sale, or you pick up some other thing you didn't know you need, and that's great.
Mountain could learn a thing or two from that.
I love going to their stores. It's a cornucopia of excitement.
The worst part of the supermarket or any big magazine, it's that the sometimes the price on the shelf, it's not the price on the register. Like they have some sales and they don't update the registers. I got
Right.
that problem a couple of times. And
Yeah, there was a store out here that had that problem too, and they actually got sued. There was a class action lawsuit.
yeah, but sometimes you need to literally get one of their employers to the shelf and show them the price. And that is kind of stupid in my opinion, because all of that should be automated. Because they already have like automatic paying machines where you just scan yourself the items and then press enter and put the money in the machine.
Automation costs money, man. My dad used to work on monochromatic point of sale machines, and they're still being used in a lot of places today. And they're like old IBM ones that have, you know, a billion generations of dead cockroaches in them, and they're still using them. Made in like 1974 or some shit. And those have to be manually programmed. My dad
By the way, don't forget, every ATM in the world still runs on Windows XP. So
does it?
It still runs on what?
Still on Windows XP.
The ATMs run off of Windows?
Yep, Windows XP.
Huh. All right, I'm switching over to my phone, so I'll be back.
All right. Live from the range with Dano shooting his Glock 43 9mm. I always have to slow down to save it, so I make sure I enunciate it properly.
I think my police force getting the Glocks.
My police force was in force today, man. I can't wait to read the news about what actually happened in my neighborhood. It was like every Fort Bend County sheriff and constable was out there, 2 state troopers were there, fucking 5 or 6 FBI vehicles and 2 forensics vans were there. So what the hell's going on there?
By the way, guys, did you hear the news by the guy who buy a tank and found 5 gold bars in the reservoir of the tank? I will post it.
They find another Clement Voroshilov tank. I love those stories.
Yeah, I post the link in the chat because the Gunchannels chat don't work for me.
Actually, I'm surprised Angry doesn't scream. He is a Russian. He said it. He just pronounced the name of a tank that nobody else knows about.
What about the Chinese Type 54 tank?
No. Like Americans know the tank is the KV, but it's actually Clement Voroshilov. Clement. And I read a story not too long ago. They found one in the bottom of a riverbed, and it was covered in mud, so it was like preserved.
Yeah, I think still they found the tanks in Russia, like in the rivers and in Finland sometimes.
Today we found tank in the Volga.
I know about some panzers that was in the river near my location that they found and drag up.
That would be awesome. Find like a Stug 3. Or well,
Yeah.
In Romania, right?
Yeah. We have
found things like the 38Ts from Czechoslovakia and things.
Yeah. We have the T1 M1 Bison tank. That it's a T80 with M1 Abrams barrel.
Skoda was very, very busy for Germany in that time. 38Ts, 35s. I think they even doubled up and made the Panzer IIs for them too. That's for a time. God damn it! You're back.
Well, Germany was really into making tanks. But all the German tanks have one fatal flaw. They're not made in huge numbers, like the Russian tanks or the American tanks. And by the way, in this world, you can buy a tank off eBay, a literally tank.
No, Angry Chat did not die. I just had to go answer the phone. Check out that link I sent though. That's literally a barn find. Object 152, Russian tank destroyer artillery piece, or self-propelled gun. Makes the most awesome engine noise. Russians knew how to make some crazy armored vehicles back then. You ever wonder why my forearms look like this? Because these things weigh 61 pounds each, and I have to lift them a good part of my day every day. And this is just to help the guys who normally build these. They're always overworked. Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, back then they used those 152s. They were more line rear echelon type things, and they would use them more like artillery pieces than they would against other vehicles. But they would hold up.
Yeah, they
Crazy
use
thing was,
the Katyusha system. They are literally rockets on a truck.
this one here fires on a 15 centimeter shell, high explosive, but it's devastating because they used to bring them out in groups of like 50 to 100 at a time, and a good loader can reload that gun in 4 seconds, so it would just be a city barrage. But no, what they discovered was there's two different doctrines of fighting back then. So the Russians decided they were going to use angled, thick, heavy armor, big, heavy vehicles, and they would use them like artillery. Where Germans use the same, like I can't pronounce the word because I can't remember right now. But the Stug 3, for instance, it was smaller. It was a medium tank, basically. So it didn't move very fast, but it turned on a dime quick. So it didn't need a turret because it could spin around and put that gun anywhere it needed within a second or two. It was fast.
Yeah, the light armor versus the heavy armor.
And then the Russians finally got it right, and they were like, well, we've got big, heavy Ferdinands and Elephants and Tiger tanks, and we're just going to zip around them with T-34s and just chew them to death with sheer numbers. The Elephants were the laughing stock of, what was it, the Battle of Kursk? I think it was the Battle of Kursk. They were a laughing stock because the infantry soldiers in the Russian army just basically ran over the top of them and dropped burning, bottles of gasoline on them, burned out the crew. They had no machine guns. So the remaining ones went back. They got fitted with a machine gun. They changed the name to Elephants. They served in Italy. They all got captured, destroyed, or broken down on the mountains. They would have never built that. The Land Cruiser, never. Or the, I guess it is the P-1500 with the 380 naval cannons from the Gunchannels would have been on there. And they would have used the same marine engines as a U-boat. Yeah, it would have never happened. It would have been just a gigantic waste of resources, especially when they were on the defensive at that point.
Well, a lot of like the German tank engines were used on tractors after the war.
Yeah.
So you can still
They
find
made good engines.
Yeah, you can still find some engines on all the tractors in Germany.
I know a guy who they found a Panther G in his basement. And the first question was asked was, how did it get here to the United States without anybody knowing it? And then the second one was, how the hell did you get it in the basement?
Well, I think they put the tank before they construct the home.
Probably. Like we buried it and built a house on top of it.
Yeah.
to get my armored jollies off playing World of Tanks, but I haven't really sat down to that game in almost 3 years now. And I've got everything, or I had everything. I had like every premium tank the game had to offer, and I had like almost every tier 10 the game had to offer.
Well, in my country right now, you can buy like the T54 model, like in metal model 1 to 60 scale, but it's stupid expensive.
Most things are.
Yeah, actually, I can buy a real tank, a real 54 for my from my country army, but I needed to scrap it. They sell it to.
You might hear a really funny noise here in a second. I gotta tape a box. Try to do it quickly. That wasn't supposed to happen.
Don't forget duct tape, fix everything.
Oh no, this is box tape. I gotta send this stuff off to Amazon tomorrow.
Yeah, Amazon.
Yep. They're my biggest buyer now. I used to sell to the individual, but Amazon buys like 20 of these for every one I sell, just directly. So as long as they're paying, we'll keep building.
Well, good for you. More money for ammo and life.
Well, I wish I got paid more to do it though.
You don't include the price of the build in the price of the machine you build.
Damn. I think I have just enough of these ginger things for today only. You know, now that I think about it, the rat, that was the designation for it. I think they did build the turret and the gun for it because it was installed in Norway or something on a sea defense system. Pretty sure it was a 380 millimeter gun. I'm pretty sure it's the same one that the Tirpitz would have used.
Oh, the Land Cruiser, the P1000, that tank that has like the Navy guns.
There was a 1000 and there was a 1500.
Yeah, that has like the Navy gun.
Adolf Hitler took a look at it and go, "Are you fucking crazy?" He was like, "I could build like 20 U-boats with the steel that this would take."
Well, but think about that. If you see that giant thing coming towards you and fire like the shells of the side of trees, what do you think if
that
you are
tank
like a solid?
Would have never posed a threat to anything because, first of all, it would have been so big and so heavy, and the guns can't elevate high enough that a Lancaster bomber with an earthquake bomb would have just dropped right in the middle of it and there'd be nothing left of it. It was too big, it was useless.
Well, it can be used as artillery, as moving artillery.
Yeah, but I mean, they already had railguns for that. But I mean, I see what you're saying. It's just, as soon as that first shell was fired and that earthquake within a mile of the recoil of that thing goes off, they're going to send every bomber they've got and they're going to just nail that thing out of the, from the sky. 20,000 pound earthquake bomb, job done.
Don't forget that.
Was it called the earthquake bomb, or I think it was called the earthquake bomb, the one that the British used. They had to remove the bomb bay doors off a Lancaster so it could fit.
Well, I think the Germans have their own opinion about tank battle, at least in the World War II. They made like the Mauser. The Mauser was like this real massive tank who has no use.
Where they screwed up was they decided that once they built the Tiger and they were up against T-34s that had sloped armor and a lot more speed, they instantly demanded, we need sloped armor. So they made the Tiger II.
Yeah, but the Tiger II was expensive to make.
It was expensive to make, and the transaxle and the suspension systems couldn't withstand the weight of itself. So they broke down constantly. And then somebody decided we should make a heavy tank destroyer based on the King Tiger. So then they made the Jagdtiger, which is probably my favorite armored vehicle of World War II. Arius commanded one. He held a bridge all by himself for like 3 or 4 days because nobody wanted to go up against something with a 128 millimeter main gun. Like nothing to compare to that. Shit, U.S. Army didn't have hardly anything that can compare against the King Tiger until they made the T-26E4 Super Pershing, and it had such a high velocity 90 millimeter gun that it actually had 2 oil-filled spring compressed compensators external of the gun barrel that stuck out the front of the mantlet. I'm geeking out over tanks if you hadn't noticed. I haven't got to talk about them in years, so.
By the way, the Israeli made Markava.
Oh, let me see what this T95 is, because I'm pretty sure I know it's about to load. Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, Japanese Hagos.
The Markava tank from Israel, like that tank that was built for crew survival rating to be very high. They say that one tank held up an entire division of Russian T-80s on the Golan Heights.
Oh, this is that sky pool thing that you, okay. I know what this is. If I'm not mistaken, they weren't going to build it until they sold every single pad on the lot too, and they did. Ooh.
By the way, you can still find abandoned Japanese tanks in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the jungles.
Is that you, Dano?
Hello.
I got my phone in the back pocket, so I couldn't see what you're actually doing.
So yeah, I had to stop off and Xerox some copies of my paper targets.
You know what's really funny is when I buy steel needle bearings for my tumbler, the guy I buy them from, he sends me like 50 paper targets every time I buy the steel media.
Well, how often do you have to get new media?
I've only done it twice, and it was just because I bought them by the pound, so I only bought a 1 pound bag the first time, which
Okay.
you know, for my loader that's fine because they're 2 small containers. But I wanted to start putting the whole pound in 1 container each, so I can not leave them in there as long as I have been. So I bought a 2nd pound and another 50 targets.
Do you have more than one tumbler?
I have a dual canister tumbler. It's from Chicago Tool. The company's Chicago Tool, but I actually bought it at Harbor Freight. It was originally made for tumbling jewelry and like precious stones or whatever, so it's not big and it's not very loud, which I like, because I actually take the tumbler.
Where do you put it?
And
where do you tumble them? Your garage?
Nope, in my bathroom, right behind the toilet. It's small. I can stow it behind the toilet, so it's like it doesn't physically affect anybody that's walking in and out of the bathroom.
Well, it must be quiet.
For the most part.
I mean, to be in a I
mean, you can hear it.
Wouldn't your parents hear it?
They have their own bathroom, but I mean, the way I got it set up is I stick it behind the toilet, and then I just close the bathroom door. And you know, my bedroom is right around the corner from the bathroom door, and I can't hear the tumbler from my bedroom. And then my living room and my folks, where I have their room set up, it's halfway across the house, so it's like they don't even hear it. Once in a while, I broke one of the driving bands one time, and I didn't realize that they gave me 10 spare driving bands. So I was using like mailman's rubber bands. I would take like 10 of them, and I would wrap it around both pulleys and just, you know, go back to work, right? And I would have to check it every once in a while because sometimes those rubber bands would get hot and break, and then the tumbler obviously wouldn't tumble because it's not turning the wheels. I couldn't even hear it to check that. And then one day I looked in the box, and there was 9 other, you know, replacement bands in there, and I'm like, oh, cool. So then I realized how much weight it can take, and I haven't broken one since.
You know, you were talking about the postman and rubber bands. It makes me wonder. I've only seen like the rattiest oldest, crappiest rubber bands come from the post office.
Yep.
Like, do they ever have new ones? Ever?
My carrier does. At the shop, not at home.
I mean, the ones that I get, they're always like dry rotted. It's like, really? This is what you got to work with?
Yeah, sometimes you get bad ones, but I mean, I get lucky every once in a while, and they're like brand new. And then I asked my female man, the one I tell you I flirt with every time she comes in. I asked her for them. I was like, "Can I get some of those?" And she just went out to her truck and she brought me a whole bag. I was like, "Here you go, brand new."
Well,
Well, rubber bands have like 2 years lifespan.
And my tumbler,
Okay,
they're 2 hours.
So you get free rubber bands, but I can't get a 1-inch piece of tape.
Yep. So
WinRAR program. Do you have it?
WinRAR?
It's not part of Windows 10.
No shit.
I like the pack.
It's on your thumbstick.
Huh?
It's on your thumbstick.
Like this.
Yeah.
I have to check
I guarantee you it's on it. I gave you a copy.
No night
before.
strike today?
the WinRAR.
Yeah.
I have to check.
No lunch strike today, yes. If not, I've got one.
I check it now. I was like, what the fuck is this? Windows 10 program?
Huh.
Okay, I went online, right? And supposedly they can make it. They give you a.
This is my
test
coworker
for
that's
it.
talking, by the way. I'm on a radio show.
Oh,
No, it's cool. They already know all about you. You're known to them as the last Mohican. Oh, you want to see something nice? Check this shit out. I sent this to all the people I'm talking to.
Oh, but the A10, what kind of Takarov did you get?
Yugoslavian.
This part here
57.
is the only original part to the gun. It was made in 1877.
really?
It's a Martini Henry rifle. It was originally chambered in 577, which is about the size of my thumb.
What is the caliber that she did? A freaking shot.
That's what I'm saying.
M57.
The original was 577, that big.
Oh, nice.
Let me mute real quick.
I think the most expensive Takarov are the Russians, at least here in Europe, because you cannot
mine
get
is-
them anymore.
Mine is not Russian. Mine is Yugoslavian.
Yeah, I know that, because to get a real Russian Takarov takes a lot of money and some time. And now my PC is frozen once more. Now it's working once more. And apparently in my country you cannot own very old guns. At least you have some kind of license. For example, a Martin Henry rifle, I cannot own it legally in my country in the so-called shootable condition. So it needs to be demilitarized in order to have it, in order to import it into my country.
I can just email it to you. Just text me if you don't find it. I'll email it to you. Because it's not big, it's tiny. I'm back. You gotta take the car in? You getting alignment?
No, they do the remember the transmission thing you told me about it?
Yeah, they're shit, aren't
They
they?
do it's a firmware upgrade in the fucking computer system. That's what they do.
When are you going?
I bring my car to AS in the morning.
Oh,
They
you
call
it's
me.
already there.
Yeah.
So I just got to take you to go
No,
get
no,
it.
exactly. Yeah, I put in the morning. They call me. This is bullshit, okay? They give me the appointment in the morning, so I got there, right? And I told the lady, the woman, she told me, oh, the technician don't like tell you. And what the fuck is I have to do?
Because they build a queue.
Well, I was like, what the fuck is I have to do 8 in the morning, you know?
See, they do the same thing with my dog at the vet.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you keep him in a cage for 7 hours, and you're only going to work with him for an hour. I said, why don't you just call me right before she's about to take the dog, and I'll bring him to you. She's like, we don't do that.
Maybe when somebody knows me, oh, I think
They could push you ahead.
I'm like, okay, they got me here this night, 30 in the morning, and you told me to wait 40 minutes, 1 hour. The guy is 9:30 by then. Maybe gonna finish people maybe around 10:30. I don't want to see my
My dad would.
well, like, well, Rocky don't have the shit I got to do in the past. So.
Did you get a list?
No, this week so far, no, I got a lot of shit this week.
I don't know if you can finish it sometime.
How many you got?
It's not many. It's just there's a lot. They're all big ones. No, I think I'll be fine. I got 6 more of these to do, and I got to do this one and this one.
No, I got a lot of shit to do because, I mean, we got through so far. I got like 2 pallets from last week. Harry do whatever he does all the time, right? And this fucking company, Conway, not getting here yet. They took his ass out when we fill a quad and we go there. So what the fuck is that shit?
Pick up or drop off?
Huh?
Pick up or drop off?
I pick up. So I said, so we have to find a fucking week.
I thought you liked him coming late.
Huh?
I thought you liked him being here late.
No, a week later.
Huh?
No, a week later. We built that shit a fucking week ago. The shit is still in the bag. They fucking locking my shit because I got to consign it from them. And I told Simon, I can do fucking shit because I can't even pay the shit out because it's fucking right.
Going back to Southwest.
I
go
guess
back to Southwest then.
Container, coming maybe by the weekend.
Damn, my phone is cooking my ass cheek right now. I don't know why it is hot. Really. It's burning my butt.
Well, you be careful, like you can blow the ass.
It's not made by Samsung, thankfully. It's made by the Chinese, so like right now.
I got a Samsung.
No, this is made by the Chinese. So right now I'm getting like radiation. I don't know. I'm gonna grow a 3rd ass cheek or something. Everyone's hearing this.
Yeah, the bullshit.
That phone has been ringing off the hook every 30 seconds. It's retarded. Like, I'm popular today.
I leave it.
All right. All right. Oh, good. They gave up. Every day I get a call from the same bank that we don't want to do business with. Keep trying. And it's the same one every time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my iPhone in my back pocket right now is close to 150 degrees. Maybe 140. So anyway, Dano, you're going to go group your 43 today? Is he still here? He isn't still here. Oh shit, I hit the wrong button. Sorry. You had like butt view for the last who knows how long. That would be why it was so hot, because the damn camera was on. Oh God, yeah. Someone told me that yesterday about it. Today's a replicant's birth, or yesterday was a replicant's birthday too. To the actual date and year and everything. So anyway, What you were hearing earlier was me talking to the last Mohican. He's actually Romanian and Mexican. It's kind of a odd mix. His father was a colonel, though. He's really proud of him, which is cool. Which is why he carries his dad's name. But I swear, man, if I dressed him up like an Indian, like a bone chest piece and a headdress, he would easily be the last Mohican. He looks like a Native American Indian.
Well, he can win a lot of money doing that.
Yeah, I told him that. I was like, you should do freaking recreations or reenactments and things. He was like, no, I don't want to, because I would always be on the losing side. It's hard to talk this much with the respiratory infection. Every time I say something, it's like something deep in my chest makes me feel like I'm swallowing water. I'm breathing it. I didn't realize I was underdosing my antibiotics until yesterday.
Well, did you try milk and honey? Because
No,
usually milk.
I've got an irritation. It's in the bronchial tubes right between your two lungs. I usually get these after I get over a cold or a flu, but this year's allergies were so bad that I think it actually triggered that. So it's 1,000 milligrams of antibiotics every day for like 10 days. I should be fine. But I was taking only half the dose. And I was like, oops, should have read the label. Which, like, I've got enough problems already with an arterial blockage, so my heart's not getting enough oxygen, and now it's hard to breathe without coughing on top of it.
Well, I know all about the heart problems because I have one valve that it's not so good as the water ones. It's not closing all the way. So for me, if I get a cold, I can die, literally. Or if I get any infection and it's not treated, like in 24 hours.
I don't think I counted this correctly. Damn it. I definitely didn't count this correctly. Wait, I think I did. Sec. UPS has arrived. There you go. Guess we lost Dano.
Yep.
I think he was in his car, so. Yeah, I think I have enough here. Right. I think I have it exactly enough here. I mean, I guess the only really nice thing about having to be this busy is my day goes by nice and quick. And I actually need this whole month to go nice and quick because I already spent I spent my whole month's worth of spending money on like the 4th or 5th day. So now I have to be all budget minded and shit again. Otherwise, I would have bought that M57 Yugoslavian pistol for my birthday. That would have been a nice gift to myself. I tried to get my dad to buy it, but I don't know. He won't do it. He'll drop $250 on something else, but he won't drop $250 on a pistol for me. Just got some stupid mental block going. Trade my own Beretta to get a 30-30 lever action rifle, just so he could have something that he can shoot that won't beat him up. So I have a range playmate. You know, I didn't even think twice. I was like, that's for him. This is for me.
Why don't you build it like one of those ARs in 308 that have like no recoil?
I would break his shoulder.
No, they are literally made to have no recoil.
I can try it, but like I have a to-do list when it comes to firearms.
Or buy him a Chris Vector. It look cool and have like little recoil.
I do like those, but if I can't have an automatic one, there's no point for me. It's like if I can't have the one with 2-round burst, I don't want it.
If you want an automatic one, you need to have like dealer license.
Class 3.
Yeah, class 3. Here, if you want to have an automatic one, you need to be in the army, to be some kind
What's
of
really funny is
commander.
my dad actually does have a class 3, and he never uses it. The last time he used it, we had I can't remember what the last thing he bought that was automatic, to be honest. I was about to say the Norinco, but that was a semi. He had a pre-band Norinco Mac 90 too, so it was nice. He drew it on a friend of mine that came to the door with a pistol with a BB gun in his hand. Big mistake. My dad can't tell BB gun through a peephole, so he grabbed the rifle and he flung the door open and he pointed it right at the kid's face and he's like, "Drop it!" That kid dropped it, wet his pants, and ran off.
Well, I think people should not be so stupid with the BB guns.
Oh, we were young back then, man. I was like probably 11 years old. My dad was like, "Your friends come over with BB guns." He's like, "You should tell them not to hold it at the door." He's like, "I almost killed somebody today." I didn't know who he was talking about. And I went back to school the following Monday. And he came running up to me. He's like, "Your dad almost shot me." I was like, "What? Oh, it was you."
Well, if people are stupid, they get shot because the level of the fidelity of the so-called replica guns are right on the spot. For example, even with my stupid Beretta copy, BB gun, it still looks like a real thing, even if you not have like the moving slide, and it still looks like a real one. And police can easily mistake a BB gun for a real rifle or a real gun. The holy grail of the BB guns, I think they are the Kalashnikov made BB guns that are actually made on AK receiver and AK parts. But it costs a lot, like €1,000 here in the EU. But it's all steel, and it's so-called real gun parts. So I cannot have it here in my country. Because I cannot have parts that are used on guns or optics that are used by the military or any kind of accessory used by the military or made for the military. So in the best case scenario, I can have a shovel to defend myself if the Russian attacks. And the gun channel site is still broken.
All right, I'm here.
Ask and you shall receive.
Ask what?
I think Dana was asking where you were earlier.
Yeah, I pop in, you know. There's not a fixed time of when I get on the computer and start doing shit. Why did Dana want to talk to me or something?
I guess he was just curious if you were already lunch channeling or not.
No.
That's later.
No, I've already had lunch.
Oh yeah, it's 1:30 over there.
No, I just had lunch just like half an hour ago. I've been out tending my blueberries.
Expect fake chemical attacks. Putin warns. U.S.
What?
information substance will be planted to discredit the Assad regime.
Does
Okay, so now we
he
get to
own
do-
RT now?
I don't know. I guess we're playing the accusation wars now. This is
All
this is gonna
right.
get stupid really fast. Holy shit!
Yeah.
That dude was bleeding from his mouth when they got him out of that plane. Did they punch him in the mouth?
That's guy's also a doctor.
I know. So he should know how to stop the bleeding, right?
Yeah. Well, you realize that he's gonna sue the ever-living shit out of United Airlines.
Well, the thing is it wasn't United Airlines that removed him. It was the police that removed him.
Doesn't matter.
He could try to sue the flight, but the flight ain't responsible. It's the police that did it.
The issue is he wasn't irate in the first place.
Right.
They called the police in just to remove people so they could put their own people on the plane, which there was yeah. Here's the thing: there's nothing when you buy a ticket saying they can do that. There's no policy. There's no agreement you sign when you buy a ticket saying that they can do that.
Well, they say they can remove you if they want.
Hey, Jay, in the United States, no, they can't. Okay, maybe everywhere else in the world, but not without repercussions here.
Computer randomly selects the seats. This guy refused to do it because he said, my husband was on that flight. That's funny.
Well, I think the United
they had to
flights
deboard the plane to clean blood.
hit. They have like 700 million.
They're gonna get sued real fast and real quick, and they're gonna wish they hadn't done anything.
Yeah, because even the people on the plane can sue them because of the fact that they have like some emotional scars of that because of that fact.
There you go, Sean. The passengers now have post-traumatic stress disorder because
they've all been triggered.
Because now whenever they get on the plane, they have the fear of getting thrown off the plane.
Oh wait, whoa! Why am I even surprised about any of this? I didn't know it happened in Chicago. God damn! So you kill a judge and you beat up a dude, you beat up a doctor and drag him off a plane. Man, you guys are fucking batting 1,000 this week.
Well, about the tracker of ammo, I post a link about the cheapest ammo you can buy by 31 cents around.
Rex Tillerson has given an ultimatum to Vladimir Putin. Choose between the United States or Assad, but you can't have both. Nice.
Yeah, 900 rounds for 31 cents a round. That's pretty good. Is that brass or that steel case?
Punished for not smoking near Muslims.
Made in Romania, so they are steel case.
Well, there you go. Yeah, of course you're going to give me made in Romania ammunition. I see where you're going. You're trying to promote your country.
That's the right of every sovereign nation to do so.
I like the review. Stay away from the Bulgaria ammo.
No, you know what? We all need to get pre-partisan. Just because of the factor that it's brass cased.
Yep.
That way,
they punched him in the mouth and knocked him out, and then dragged him off the plane. Wow.
oh yeah, anyone involved is going to get the pantsuit off of them because that doctor is a physician, and two, he's probably got enough money and a good enough lawyer to sue the pants off everyone.
You know that scene actually happened in one of the Naked Gun movies too, right? Like the internet's just using that as a joke.
Oh, I know.
Well, if you want for 60.95, you can get like 50 non-corrosive ammo for the Tokarev.
You can get 500 rounds of brass case Tokarev ammo for $159.50 at that same website.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if it was me, I would get the brass case just so that down the road I could reload it once I was out of it.
Here you cannot get like steel or brass. You usually get one type of bullet, and that's it. And
No. The difference between steel and brass ammunition is just the casing. Okay,
Yeah, but here you don't have that luxury to choose of cases. They have only the calibers, and that's it. And you can buy by the bullet. And every bullet it's counted on like one of those. Like you have the license for your gun, and they say what kind of bullet and what quantity of that bullet you have, and that is report to the police, and the police can actually come to your house and search your house for to see if you have all your bullets.
Okay, I say this again, and I mean no offense to you, but your country fucking sucks.
Well, I live in Europe, so the entire Europe kind of sucks right now.
The liberal utopia of the world right now.
Yeah, but people still get shot. Not by the police.
Right? Yeah, it's like, how's that gun? Every time you get a shooting in your country, you should be like, how's that gun control working for you? And once they get when they get sick and tired of hearing that rhetorical question over and over and over, maybe they'll go, why do we have gun control if it doesn't work?
But the stupidest fact is that in the old Romania, in the communist Romania, they have the right to have a gun. And actually the people who are like the reserves, they usually get a gun. And right now in this so-called modern times, you don't get that privilege. If you are like a reserve or something, you don't get nothing.
They have farms in your country, right?
What kind of farms are you referring to? The one by the people from another country, or the farm that nobody wanted? There are only two types.
No, farms where people actually go and grow crops either to eat or they're a commodity, that kind of farm.
They call it the backyard. You don't have farms in Romania, you have backyards.
Wow, that's awful.
A lot of my country, like terrain, it's sell to some foreigners, and they don't want to cultivate it with something. So Romania actually import a lot of cereal, fruits, and other things from the EU community. And we sell our products for nothing. Like if I want to go in the big supermarkets and to buy 100% Romanian made product, I cannot find it.
You know what I said about your country just a few seconds ago? Let me reiterate. It sucks.
The people in charge suck.
Well, think about that. A few weeks ago, they want to raise the minimum salaries by 100%, like they double it. But some people, what do you call it? No companies, representative of some companies say that it's not right because the private sector will have to pay more for their employees if they want to raise the minimum wage. And that law right now, it stay in the parliament. So the big companies are blocking that law. Because right now, the minimum salary is like $300. And like the expensive of a month, because you get
shocking.
And the normal house, like my house, I pay like $500 last week on only the bills, like water, electricity, gas. And yearly I have to pay like $150 for my land to the government per 6 months.
Wow.
So if I have like, if I only work in my family, I probably don't afford my house anymore.
See, the argument will always be, and I understand it. I mean, I don't like it either, but the argument will always be that the minimum wage is not meant for you to live on. And what's unfortunate is there are people in situations where they can't afford to go to college. You know, they have to work because of their family situation or their personal situation. So they're stuck in these jobs that have very low glass ceilings, and that's the only way they can get by because they have bills to pay. They've accrued debt to a point where it's like they can't afford to quit. And what needs to happen, honestly, is there's a minimum wage which should be applicable to part-time workers, shift workers of, you know, that are just trying to just do something, you know, it's like a career choice or whatever. And it should have an age limitation to it. And there needs to be a second bracket called minimum sustainable wage. And that should be applied to people over a certain age, you know, that would have been of college age, you know, after they got out. So you would say, if you're under the age of 25, they have to apply the minimal sustainable wage to you. If you're under 25, then you're subject to the minimum, federal minimum wage, because what that's going to force companies to do is the younger generation of people who are on minimum wage can't be there in certain days and certain hours. So they have to hire people. They can't just age discriminate at that point. It forces them not to age discriminate. And then the people who are stuck in these situations get a minimum sustainable wage, so they can try to dig themselves out of this situation that they're in.
Yeah, well, here you have like, what do you call it? Like a helper. For 6 months, if you don't find a job, the state gives you like the minimum wage.
Yeah, well, we have something similar to that in the form of like unemployment or social security benefits. But the thing is the whole point of this system is to force people to not be dependent on a government payout, because everyone's supposed to be successful based on their own merits and credentials. And if they become accustomed and comfortable with the idea of just taking the government check, and they budget themselves in such a fashion where they don't have to get out of their situation, they become content with it, then they're just leeches. And that's the problem we have right now. We've got people that are on social security disability who don't need to be there, that don't deserve to be there. We've got people on welfare who are driving fucking $40,000 Nissan SUVs that are full size on a cell phone with like stakes in there with their Lone Star card, you know, and everything was paid on the government dole. And it's like, those people need to be hit across the knees with a bat. If they're going to be disabled, make them disabled then.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I will say in my case, I already finished college. I already have like a diploma in social studies. And right now I'm making like a specialization in European studies. And I cannot find shit to work.
Well, you
because
kind of
all
picked a shitty
the
major
government,
then, didn't you?
Because all the government position that I can work with because of my college, it's blocked. So they
Well,
not.
the thing is you get to a point where while you're growing up, you have to. The same thing applies to the military service. You know, when I was getting ready to go in, my dad told me one piece of advice. He was like, it's going to be a great experience. You're going to see the world. You're going to meet new people. You're going to understand other cultures, and you're going to serve your country, and you're going to do your nation proud. And I'm like, that's great. And he says, however, the military will slot you, they'll issue you a number, they will slot you in for whatever job they need you to do, they will use you, and then they will release you. So he says when you go in, you make sure you take an MOS or a task or a job to do that applies to something you can take out with you when you leave. You know, if you're going to be an Abrams tank mechanic or a helicopter maintenance technician in the Army, at least there is a civilian equivalent to that job. Make sure you find a job that actually has something of value outside of the military.
Yeah, actually, I'm a public functioner. I'm a public
because when you get these people who get these like fucking philosophy degrees, they're the dipshits who end up as baristas at Starbucks complaining about the minimum wage. It's like, well, what the fuck is philosophy going to do when the Russians come knocking on your door? Or what are you going to do when, you know, patient zero spreads a deadly disease across the nation? Your fucking philosophy degree ain't going to be worth shit. So it's like, when you choose what you're going to do in life, make sure you choose something that's actually going to have some meaning and value. Don't just pick the elective course that gets you through college quickly that you think is going to get you a job at Amazon or some bullshit. And it's like, that's what kids don't understand these days. That's what the younger generation doesn't understand these days. And honestly, being of the millennial generation, I guess I'm still in that. I'm at the very, very tail. I'm at the beginning of what a millennial is called, you know? I shouldn't be called a millennial because I was born in the 70s, 79. But my age group is considered the millennials. And it's like, you could split that group in half of people who grew up early on and they're called millennials against their will, and then dipshits who grew up in like the fucking early 2000s that are just getting out of high school right now who don't have a clue how the world works. And I'm not saying they're all like that, but the vast majority of them are.
Well, technically, you know, I'm a millennial too, technically.
Yeah.
Which
if you were born before or after 77, I think it is, you're considered a millennial.
Yeah, which is bullshit.
Well, I mean, it is what it is, right? They're going to lump it in because they don't want to split generation X, Y, Z, millennial. They don't want to do it every 4 years. They want to do it across a span of like 20 years.
Which is wrong.
No, it's just the way it's always been done.
Things need to change, damn it.
Which is after 45. You know, the baby boomers didn't become huge until like, what, the 60s? So, I mean, it's just, it is what it is. It's just, you got these people who are going to school, putting themselves or their families in hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of debt. I looked at my fucking community college that I went to, and the tuition there is like fucking $2,500 every 6 months now. And the courses are only like 10 weeks, so it's not even 6 months. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? How is a kid who his mom and dad are probably like a single income household in my neighborhood, right? They're getting by. How are they going to afford to buy him or her a car, you know, pay the insurance on him or her having a car, and then doling out fucking $5,000 a year just on tuition and another grand on like books and laptops and whatever else they're going to need? It's not going to happen. You go to Rice University, you're coming out with like $130,000 student loan debt that you're never going to pay off until you're fucking 50.
Well, the happy part of living in my country is that you can get free college and free school.
No. Don't ever say something is free. That's bullshit. The first time anything is offered for free,
you might think it's free, but
for it.
The issue is your taxes pay for it.
Yeah, those teachers, they're not paying, they're getting paid. Someone is paying them. So that means the money came from somewhere. Like maybe the person who's getting this degree in these schools don't have a bill at the end. Someone else paid it.
Well, I think I already paid my own bill because I pay a lot to the government, like 25% tax on everything.
That's where it's coming from.
That's where it's coming from.
Yeah, I think if you take all the tax, because sometimes I take like the receipts and I put it together. I pay last year, I think, almost $5,000 in tax.
Jesus.
5K.
See, isn't it like Sweden or Norway or something like that? They have something like a 49.4% income tax or some shit, but like,
yeah, but you have
free,
like
college
the
is free, like everything is free, but they're paying almost half their income into it.
well, if my country was have the same system as the Sweden or the Nordic countries, and they have the same quality of the service, I think I will pay 49% of my income.
I think I would too. But then again, look at Sweden these days. I mean, just
Yeah,
here's
terrorists.
the dichotomy of it. The nation that supposedly had the happiest people with one of the highest literacy rates in the world is also a militant Islamic cesspool now. How did that happen? There is a section in Sweden that the police won't even go into. They get run off by like radical Muslims. And it's like, wow. So you have the country of the Pirate Bay and ISIS in the same place.
Yeah, I think.
Wow, Sean, it sounds like Somalia all over again.
Nah, God damn it. It took me a minute to let that sink in.
Admit it, that was good. That was good.
Well, that's just another place I'm going to have to send the USS Missouri to protect against pirates, right?
Well, I think for Sweden, the best idea will be to put the arms in the once again in the hands of the people, like they do in the Russian invasions, and they should treat the Muslims like an invasion. Because
I don't think any of our battleships could stand going overseas again.
Yes, they could.
Because we haven't maintained them in the last 30 years. You know, the last time we used one of the battleships was for what? The first Iraq war in Desert Storm.
I think they also went to Kosovo.
I might have gone. Let me look that up because
the only Iowa-class battleships that may not be easily converted to operational status right now would be the Wisconsin, which is I think in Virginia, off the coast of Virginia or Maryland or something like that. That's the
what
only
about the
one.
Texas?
Yeah, it's a small miracle that the Texas is still on the right side of the water.
That's
I'm not
my
kidding.
point.
They had to dry dock it to fix holes, and it's still got the bilge still has a hard time keeping up, and it's like it's a travesty to a landmark to let it get that shitty. Like if you need to raise money to make that ship, you know, operationally or financially break even, then put it in such a condition that you could take people on cruises in it, you know, like make a historical warship cruise and you get on the Texas and they just put around in the Gulf of Mexico for like, I don't know, a day. Yeah. And they can do like seminars and they can do like historical, you know, like just stories or whatever. They can do tours. And then like as the pièce de résistance on the last day in the evening, they'll fire all the main guns with like fireworks rounds or something, like 15 or 12-inch fireworks rounds or something. So you get the big boom and the concussion, but no actual payload. And it just, you know, everyone's like, ooh, that's awesome. You know, that'd be badass.
Yeah, but the era of the battleship is over. Now it's the era of the fast ship, like the Corvettes.
Right, I'm saying you use these floating monuments as floating tours. You know, America is ripe with cruise ships, and the cruise industry is, I won't say booming, but it's popular. So it's like, I don't want to get on a cruise full of fucking Mickey Mouse and Goofy. I would rather get on a cruise that has 4 or 5 turrets of 12-inch guns on it. You know, an actual warship with a storied history and fascinating, you know, information about it. And I can be told by people who served or maintained the ship, tell all the stories about it while we're underway. You know, I mean, we're only doing probably like 18 knots around in the Gulf or whatever, but it's like, it'll give you an idea of what it was like when the ship pitches and rolls and, you know, they fire the main guns with like, you know, HE blanks or whatever. And you're just like, wow, this would have been an amazing time to serve, you know, something like that.
Yeah, but sometimes it's worth more to repair a ship than to like to have it in your arsenal.
That's the tragedy. It's like, first of all, they have to have somebody willing to spend the money just to get it up to operational status. Second of all, most of these ships are still fuel oil or maybe even coal burning. So do you modernize the engine to something like a diesel electric generator or something like that? I think you can do that because you're probably not going to be allowed down in the engineering spaces anyway. So it's like, if it had engine rooms and boiler rooms, you could take people into the boiler rooms. They're just deactivated boilers just sitting there, right? And they could explain how they work. But, you know, in the back of the engineering department, there's just a more modern, efficient diesel electric engine back there, you know, pushing the screws. So, I mean, you can just take out a couple of bits and like tastefully hide the modern technology in them. But then again, it's a cost thing. I mean, they were going to do a true to life recreation of the Titanic. Some Australian billionaire was going to fund it, and then it went to China or whatever. And it was like, we're going to use those steerable pods to move the ship instead of having the 3 screws in the back. You know, it's going to be down the length of the keel or whatever, and that way they don't even need tugboats. They can just do it themselves.
Making
like,
a recreation of the Titanic is a bad idea.
Well, they just meant the accoutrements and the looks of it.
All I'm gonna say is watch out for icebergs.
Well, yeah, but if it was gonna sail in the Southern Ocean, there's no fucking icebergs in Australia, you know.
Well, if they go further south to Antarctica, there are.
Yeah, but who's gonna go down there? There's no dock there for civilian people anyway. Not really,
Yeah.
at least.
Well, there are docks down there, but you know,
it's for like
not
research
for that
vessels
kind of ship.
and Russian spies.
You know.
I mean, you get my point. It's like there's no excuse why they couldn't do something like that. I mean, look at the commemorative Air Force, right? They take authentic warbirds or true to life, you know, redesigns of like similar planes. For instance, Sentimental Journey was not a warplane. Sentimental Journey was a B-17G that was outfitted for, I think, it was either photo reconnaissance or it was just straight to like fire and rescue teams or something. And you know, they restored it and modded it to combat status of a B-17G. So it's like they did it. They took these things and they take people on tours. And yes, you can fly it. You got enough money. I've done it. So it's like I know it can be done. I know a ship is much bigger, but they're already historical monuments. It's like they do get some federal funding. They do get some state funding. Now just take it the next step forward and put me 60 miles out on the coast and fire the big guns and talk about, yeah, this ship once upon a time, the Texas, was actually sent to, I think it was Iwo Jima during the invasion, and the captain of the Texas at the time was, you know, brought there as ocean artillery. Basically, they were shelling the coast, and it got to the point where his 12-inch guns didn't have the adequate range because the troops were pushing into land. So he literally ordered half the ship flooded so it would have a list so he can elevate the guns higher so he could stay in the fight. That is a fucking badass story. And it's like, they can talk about those things as they're firing the guns and everyone's like, ooh, you know, let me write you a check. This was awesome.
Yeah, but the snowflake generation don't know about the greatest war in the... They usually complain about the fact that their coffee are hot or the ice is too cold.
God damn it. Be right back.
The fact that the ice is too cold, I actually experience in my life, because some people, like one of the, like a 20-year-old girl is complaining at the Starbucks that the ice is too cold and it's hurting her teeth. And I was like, ice is supposed to be cold. And they are like stupid generation because they are hurt by anything. And the fact that some of those people actually think they can achieve something if they just complain. Because in life I was told and I was taught, if you want to do something, do it yourself, not let the others take the initiative for you. And I know I kind of sound like a communist.
Well, you're Romanian. Your country was communist at one point, weren't they?
Yeah, and I think we are on the better end of the communists, because my country was like the biggest agricultural country in the Europe. Like we once were like the country who supply all Europe with and almost all the world with guns and and crops.
Yeah, you supply the world with guns, but you don't let your people own them. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, like I have like some job a while back that I was like cutting a case.
Why can't your country be more like Bulgaria or the Czech Republic, where they don't mind people having guns?
Well, my country, it's like 20 years back. That's the
I'll
way
say.
my country still thinks. And because we still have the old people of the regime in power. At least in my opinion, my country, it's fucked up, but not beyond repair.
Sean back yet?
Yeah. Angry definitely has heard me rant about this before. You can tell.
And Sean, you're wrong. The Missouri is the last serving battleship, and it was decommissioned. It was decommissioned in '92, so it was basically Desert Shield, Desert Storm.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know if they actually did the Kosovo thing. It's just, I think my coworker tried to mention that one time, and I wasn't sure.
Oh no, they did bombard the coast, but the issue is that was in the late '80s during the Desert Storm.
Okay, so it was before. Okay, it was before the sandbox. I gotcha.
Yeah, they did not have a battleship participate in Kosovo.
Well, this guy here that I work with, he served during the South American drug wars, Kosovo, Desert Storm, Desert Shield, and just about the beginning of, I think it was Iraqi freedom, and then he got out. So he's been.
Why did he get out?
Because he served for like over 20 years and his body was broken. So
yeah.
He's like, enough of this shit. But anyway, yeah, I think Angry probably heard me rant about this before. I used to jokingly tell people, I'm like, look, if the United States need to make a little bit of money, I said, send the Missouri to South Africa, and then every time a Hapag Lloyd ship has to cross the Indian Ocean and come up the eastern coast of Africa, you just tell people, hey, how would you like to have a battleship escort up the East Coast? You know, your multi-billion-dollar ship full of its multi-billion-dollar payload will be safe from Somali pirate attacks. And they'll say, well, what assurances do we have? And we'll say, well, the operational costs of this ship are $9 million a day. Would you like to save your $700 million ship with its $1 billion worth of payload for $9 million a day? And they'll say, like I said, what assurances do we have? And we'll say, well, pretty simply, if we see a Somali boat leave the coast, we'll shell the coast. And then they'll have to turn around and pick up what's left of their family. They'd sign on the dotted line, man. They'd be like, hell yeah, sign me up.
Dano probably would like that idea.
Dano would be down for that, man. He would be like, put me at the helm of that ship.
I made a side trip, if I can be so bold as to
please interrupt.
Please do.
In a small town on my way to my outdoor gun range, which I still haven't gotten to yet, in Forreston, Illinois, there's a gun shop called Smoke and Gun Works, and they're relocating to a brand new, larger facility. They also installed gun ranges, dual gun ranges, like stacked on top of each other, brand new, where you just put in how many yards you want, target goes straight out there, straight back. They also have in the downstairs a pre-programmed one, which I think somebody in Gunchannels had talked about this same sort of thing before, where it actually will run out to a certain distance, turn sideways, go back, go forward. It'll tease you with like these little flips, like you think it's turning, but it's not.
I've seen those.
And then it does turn, but it only turns for like 2 to 3 seconds and then turns flat again. And then goes to a different distance.
Yeah. I like those because they train you to not only learn to aim with your dominant eye without closing your non-dominant eye, but it also teaches your reaction too. I've seen another one where it's computerized, where it actually sends them sideways across the range, and they would flip them out, sort of like a Hogan's Alley type thing. So that way you can, you know, not shoot certain targets. It'll be like a baby or a liberal or a protester.
Right.
I was hoping you got something
range has multiple lanes, so they can't do that. Would also cost a lot more.
Well, everybody seems to shoot the protester at the range I'm talking about. Go figure.
But the range is absolutely outstanding. I mean, again, this is a town of less than 1,000 people, and I live in a town of several thousand, and we don't have any gun stores. The prices are certainly reasonable, which again in my area, a lot of the local gun stores tend to be very high. Their selection on pistols and rifles, again, is unfreaking believable. And I asked them, I said, because I haven't seen their website in a while, I said, you really need to get that range downstairs, have somebody do like a 30-second demonstration on video and put it on your website. I said, because that is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
And the only reason it would not pull people in is if people were not aware of it.
Well, have you seen those
upstairs,
targets like Michalek has, where it's a pendulum type thing, and it would flip the target out or tuck it back in? You know, it's like that same principle on a much larger scale.
Right. Yeah, this is just what I said. It'll do different distances pre-programmed and do that tease turn, as well as a full turn. But you never know when it's going to happen. Pistols up to rifles, shotguns if you shoot slugs. But it just really blew me away as far as the depth and the breadth of what they have to offer there from beginning to end, including educational classes. I mean, it's an A to Z sort of thing. And for being in the middle of nowhere, which is what, by the way, I dropped out earlier because their cell reception where I'm at kind of comes and goes. But it's absolutely outstanding. So if anybody wants to check it out, it's Smoke and Gun Works with an X at .com. So Smoke and Gun Works with an X.com. And he said that they do have a couple of videos up now with the range. So definitely check it out. I know as long as I get home in time, I'll see if I can make it the gun shop of the day. If not today, maybe tomorrow.
We just corked the Daily Gun Show's gun shop of the day.
Yep.
With the host. He's moonlighting.
There you go. But
next time on Hit or Miss, Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock.
In fact, it's ironic that you say that, Night Strike, because we did that when you weren't here.
What?
Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock.
Hit or Miss, Tuesdays at 9 o'clock.
Well, the thing is, Smeggy started doing it as a joke, and then he got me doing it, and then Matt started doing it.
Now I'm doing it.
Everybody else is doing it. It's become more of a joke than anything.
I should get my mom to teach me how to say it in Korean too.
Korean.
If you don't start getting more viewers, it's not because people aren't pushing it.
I can't complain. I'm getting plenty of publicity.
Yep. Got to get you that super chat so we can buy that infield.
Once I get out of this small town, I'll probably lose the signal again. But I just wanted to talk to you guys while I still had a signal.
Now, is it works with an X?
Yes. It is.
Dano?
Gun works with an X instead of a K.
That's what I was asking.
Yep.
Yeah, I see their website. Doesn't look like they have any videos up there yet.
Yeah.
They need to, though, because that would be some pretty cool stuff. I mean, just tell them to start a YouTube channel.
SMOKINGUNWORK, not K, X.com.
Yeah. I'm looking
so
at it right
without
now.
the G and works with an X. Well, I haven't seen it. That's just what the guy told me.
Stand your ground laws.
That one. That one, Sean.
Huh? I'm on my phone. I can't see it.
I just sent it so you could see it.
Well, let me see if I got it.
You should have gotten it.
Oh, yep, I see it. Okay. Yeah, I get yours. I just don't get anybody else's.
Well, the issue is, do you know that little Google Hangouts app add-on that's connected to Google Chrome?
Yeah.
You have to load that up and click on the Hangout you're in currently and send it that way. Yeah, so that's how you do it.
I forgot to tell you about. They have this. it's like a Glock with a blue top, in a separate room where it's a video display, and it's various. Like, they got like maybe 80 to 100 scenarios programmed in it, and you decide to either shoot or don't shoot somebody who may just, like, if you're at an ATM, may just be another customer that just doesn't understand personal space, or it may be somebody that's obviously is going to attack you, or maybe it's just a regular customer gives you plenty of space, but because you're expecting it to be a bad guy, they throw a lot of good people in there.
Oh, it's one of those.
So it trains the mindset to not be stuck on, just because I'm in a gun shooting scenario doesn't mean I shoot everything. And I mean, I couldn't see the light, but the screen reacted. You know, the guy would go, oh, you know, when you shot him. But they also had, like, for the younger people who may not be able to buy a gun legally because of their age, where you could have like a kids party there and shoot zombies. And you can have, and they have multiple guns, so you can have, I think, up to 4 people playing at a time with these Glock blue guns that emit some sort of light or something, and then the target reacts. I mean, but the screen is probably 8 feet high by 10 feet wide, something like that. I mean, it's huge. Like, so the people you're shooting at are normal size. Pretty cool.
I'm trying to find Knives a car.
I'm heading out into the hinterlands of Illinois.
Oh.
Is anyone talking?
I'm looking for a car for.
Oh, okay.
Knives.
I thought I lost my signal.
I'm not going to find one at this budget, though. They're all over 40 grand. Oh, we're fixing to get rain on. It's like nighttime dark out the window. Oh, yeah. So you beat the weather. Thanks.
Yeah.
Was it up there? Was it up there? What is rain? Rain? No. Hey, we're about to get nailed. We're about to get nailed. Wow.
Is this supposed to rain?
In my area, yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant my area.
No, I gotta get the freaking. I just had to make sure the battery backup systems were all up because we are gonna get pounded. Like the Kardashian in a Lakers locker room. Good Lord.
No wonder we didn't win.
Yeah. So anyway, Knives, I was actually looking for you I was looking for a Pontiac Catalina for you. It's one of the more underrated cars, but they're gorgeous. They look like gigantic GTOs. Pretty awesome. Like 59 to 67 or so. They're pretty neat looking. I dig them. My neighbor had a 67. It looked like a gigantic GTO. Loved it. It was black, and it sat probably 3 inches off the ground. It was satin black with limo tinted windows, including the windshield. And he had 17-inch Kragers, or not Kragers. He had 17-inch Torque Plus 2s on it. They looked like the old Krager SS3s. It was awesome. Since you know a little bit about cars, did you see that one at the auto show last year? It was a 1954 Cadillac. It was black with copper bumpers.
I think they call it the copper or something.
Yeah, like all the chrome pieces were copper plated. Dude, I would so build a car like that. And I think it had a Cummins turbo diesel under the hood too. Or it didn't have a hood, but you get the idea.
Hey, don't they reveal the demon today?
Yes, I think 7 o'clock.
Man, I thought it was this morning. I was looking for it.
Well, now we'll get to know if it actually does have 800 horsepower or 1,104 horsepower.
800.
I hope it's 1,100. I want them to take on a Veyron with it.
Full independent rear end.
Yeah. Yeah, Pink was saying that his ex-girlfriend has
I'm back.
two Hellcat Chargers. I think he said they were going to be selling one so they can go get that demon because they were actually invited to the demon reveal. Damn. You know, actually, you ought to just buy Pink's Impala, dude.
Hell no, dude.
Have you seen it? It's freaking gorgeous.
The temptation to make it a lowrider.
Well, just fight the temptation. Like, I can't. It's genetic. It's in my blood.
I'm sorry.
I gotta put 13-inch wheels on it.
13-inch Dayton's on it. Go Leeds. What is it with you and with hydraulics?
Dude, nobody.
When I was young, I used to like it. Now I don't.
Nobody does that shit anymore. They airbag.
There you go.
I mean, unless they absolutely want to jump, but you know.
I like the original muscle. Hydraulics is where it's at.
I need to pick a movie of the day today. Something that I actually want to watch that I haven't seen in a while. Oh. Is that a Matt?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
It lives!
Night Strike was talking about hydraulics. That's so they can lower their cars and speed under the border fences.
Yes!
The border wall is not a conga line.
Fuck you, Matt. Yes!
That's funny. That is some funny shit right there.
Made my day. I didn't even have to say anything.
Man, it got dark. I had a truck very similar to that one. Very similar to that one.
It's the only one I can afford right now.
It had a 460 C6, cast iron C6. It was heavy as shit. And I had the back end lifted 3 inches. I put 35-inch mud terrains in the back. I put 33-inch mud terrains in the front. It was 2-wheel drive. And it was dark blue. It had pipe bumpers, big tubular steel bumpers, front and rear. And I used to hang a Confederate flag off the back of it. And drove it around the parking lot of my school. Loved it.
Which is wrong, Sean, because your family should be, sporting the United States flag.
Hey, when in Rome. I'm in Texas now. But yeah, I love that truck. I sold it to my friend's dad because he needed a work truck. Had twin gas tanks. Needed both of them just to get across town. She was a thirsty turtle.
Well, Sean, don't be so hostile. It's not like I stole your land or anything.
Do we have any Native American members on Gunchannels?
No, it's an old joke between me and Sean.
We have a guy who has a hand. I don't know if it means anything or not, but has his handle. I think is like Native Gun.
No, that's a guy from Indiana.
That doesn't mean he doesn't have some Indian blood in his history.
He's an FFL.
Okay, that still doesn't mean that he doesn't have Indian blood as part of his family history.
I think everybody in America does now, by some measure.
I've got a small amount.
Look at Elizabeth Warren.
Oh, Pocahontas. I said that to my sister, who's a huge Elizabeth Warren fan, and just the look on her face, like she just wanted to kill me.
Scowl. Right. Poke your haunches.
What about Poco Ghibli?
Ooh. Pocahontas means Poco Ghibli.
My work here is done.
Mine isn't. I gotta finish these two and then I can lunch jam. I worked with a bit of an appetite this morning. I don't know how long the lights are gonna stay on. It looks pretty bad out there.
So Night Strike, I saw that y'all got a constitutional carry bill in the House.
It passed.
Is it past the Senate yet?
No, it hasn't passed the Senate yet. It passed the House 64-46.
Better start writing them motherfuckers and be like, you better pass this shit.
I've already sent a letter to the. What the Senate will try and do is the Democrats Democrats and some of the rhinos. There are still a few rhinos left, not a lot, but there's a couple. What they'll try and do is they'll try and send it to the Judiciary Committee like they always do. They'll kill. But what they didn't plan on last year was they didn't plan on Larry Martin getting replaced as Judiciary Committee chairman with another Republican that has a 90+ NRA rating. And since this bill is backed by the NRA, I doubt he's going to let it die in a committee.
So odds are good you will never have to give up your fingerprints to carry. That's good.
I still don't. I mean, there's always glove box carry.
Yeah, no, that's not quite the same, is it?
No,
not concealed carry.
Well, that doesn't mean, no one ever says I have to leave my car.
So when you're walking, when you park your car and you're walking down that alley, or you're walking in the sidewalk, or you're at the restaurant or the movie theater or the bowling alley.
I avoid alleys.
Houston doesn't have alleys.
Like our car carry laws here are so ambiguous. Like they can pretty much take it if they really want to.
Ours have always been so restrictive that if you don't have a carry license, it better be in your trunk in a case that was designed to hold it.
That's how our law pretty much is. It's got to be in plain sight. And if you have tinted windows, that might not be plain sight to him.
Daniel, your laws also state in order to own firearms, you have to register and have an identification card for it.
Right. We don't have registered guns. We have registered owners.
Yeah.
You're on the list.
So yes, I'm on a list.
Yeah. Do you have to also, like Matt, do you have to obtain a purchase permit in order to purchase a firearm?
Void.
No.
Okay, so you just have to have that card.
Yep.
Yeah. Matt, you don't have to have an identification card, but you do have to apply for a purchase permit every time you go to buy a firearm, no matter what.
It sucks. That's like the one. That's like the one ding on our state is the pistol permit.
No, what state?
North Carolina is that state.
Wow, I'm surprised.
And he's always giving me shit because South Carolina doesn't have open carry, but at the same time, 1, no registration cards. 2, no permits to go and purchase whatever the hell we want. 3, I'm in and out in 15 minutes.
No, it just means North Carolina trusted citizens better than South Carolina. It's like, here, you can go buy a handgun, but goddamn it, if we see you out in public with it, you're under arrest.
They trust their citizenry more than South Carolina, just as long as you walk into the correct bathroom.
Don't get me started on that.
You left out that little caveat.
No, but there are a couple bills that are potentially will get rid of the pistol permit provision.
How sure are you on that?
We've got 2 bills in the House for constitutional carry, and essentially they're the same bill, except one of them removes like the pistol permit purchase clause or law, and kind of makes it. Yeah, so then it kind of broadens where you can carry concealed compared to the other bill.
Right.
I mean, they're both good bills. It's just one would be like, are you going to get crab cakes and lobster or just lobster?
So what you're saying is one is good, but the other one's gooder.
Yeah.
Gooder. I like that.
Good or done?
But they introduced a bill today, funded by Bloomberg, to get rid of our standard ground law. But I don't think it's got a chance in hell to pass.
I'm up in the next 2 minutes on my outdoor gun range. Do you guys want me to do a little 1 minute, 2 minute tour?
Sure. If you feel like it.
Okay.
If you can.
You have to set your camera up on the fire line, man.
Well, I'll have to hold my camera once we get there. We're not there yet.
So Daniel's gonna have a fun day.
I'm getting a free car wash right now.
Monday, on Tuesday.
So, Dano, you said this gun range, it's like 2 ranges and one's on top of the other one?
Yes.
I wonder if the floor's like
concrete floor.
I was gonna say,
concrete.
If you pull a Nathan and you shoot your 7mm Magnum up at an angle and it goes through the floor.
Well, I thought about that too. Yeah, it's a brand new building with reinforced concrete.
If you pull a Tony and drop your 44 and fire it on the way down. See, that's why they only let the 9mm shooters on the second floor. Big bore guys are on the bottom.
Hey. I won't have any of that 9mm hate.
Just saying, man. Heavier bullets drop faster, so you're on the bottom.
45 ACP.
Gravity is gravity. 32 feet per second, all bullets drop.
I think
they don't drop any faster than anything else.
I think you'll
gravity. Mr. Newton.
I think Dano's triggered.
My 700 grain bullet falls a hell of a lot faster than my 98 grain bullet.
But they both drop at 32 feet per second.
Numbers. Who cares?
Meaningless numbers.
I don't know if y'all follow Mr. Guns and Gear on Instagram, but he posted this video of this kid like showing off with his AK. He ends up shooting like a hole in the wall, and then he like starts breakdancing and like try to play it off.
Give me 230 grains any day.
Right up in the turn here, I got the entrance here.
My magic number is 535. Which is
I was saying 45 ACP. So.
I happen to own a 535 also.
Okay. That's the entrance right there.
All right. Well, Dano, I was just busting your chops, but the issue is I have 9mm too, so I don't really caliber discriminate. I just like to tease.
Oh, I know. People do it a lot. Tons of people carry 9mm.
Yeah. I wouldn't carry it, but I have it.
See, I had to be a hipster. I don't carry 9x19. I carry 9x18. Soviet Tupolev round.
Well, you are the Russian spy.
I am the spy.
Yeah, how do you feel about us firing on your comrades?
I don't like this. We were supposed to be an arms deal.
Yeah, what? You know, I prefer 11.43 by 23.
Is that a 45?
That's 45.
I'll stick with 12.7 by 47.
Yeah, sure you will. That's a nice little shooting range you got there.
Above my bales.
That's one of them. Now these are the pistol rifle bays, mostly pistol. You got the setups for IDPA, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is another one of them.
What's in the 50s?
Now those first two ranges are multi-person ranges. All the other pistol ranges are you have your own. Here's one set up, and it's got a little tent. Got the plate drops in the back. You got a little bench, keep you out of the rain. Now, not all of them have the same setup. Some have cover, some don't. Like this is just a plain one, no cover. But you can see that earthen berm between you and the guy next to you. You know, there's no way the guy next to you is going to be able to have a misfire and hit you.
Right.
So you say.
Matt, be nice.
Yeah, that barrel turns 90 degrees. Yeah, the guy next to you just easily.
He's not firing a corner shot. He's fine.
He's not dropping his gun like Tony. I know.
That's just another one. Looks like the same thing.
I'm waiting for him to jump in here. It was a fucking accident, okay?
This is not safe. This is simply not. Yeah.
Probably like, I got
These are just more pistol bays. Again, I like the idea of having that big of a pistol bay all to yourself, so that I can literally practice moving around and shooting at the same time.
Now, Dano, are you driving a car or an SUV over there?
A car.
Car, okay.
Okay. Down here, this is a 100-yard range rifle, although you can pistol as well. I don't use the 100-yard very often. I don't have a zoom on this camera. Now, this one, there are steel plates down at the end, 10 inches wide. So if you want to just shoot those, you can, but otherwise you need to bring your own stand. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's about room for 10 shooters. And then let me make a little U-turn because we're at the end here. Okay. Then we have, that is the shooting area for the 200-yard range,
all right,
which goes all the way down there. And that's 200 yards. And there's steel plates down there. That's the one that I like to use the 200 for my AR and my AK and just shoot the steel plates. And that's just a utility building. Now, behind that utility building up on that hill is the clubhouse, which I'm not going to drive up because there's no real purpose in seeing it. And then there's a flat area for shotguns, as well as they have the houses to throw the clays.
Mm-hmm.
And that is Tri-County gun range outside of Polo, Illinois.
Next video will be Dano on the line.
That's a nice range.
A gun range kind of like that in my hometown. It's outdoors. It's got like a fishing pond, an archery range, shotgun.
That is kind of what I want to do with my back.
Oh, that's kind of important right there.
Do they have any caliber restrictions?
50 BMG on down.
That's cool.
Yeah, the only restriction is distance. Yeah, that up top there is the clubhouse, and down below there are the facilities. And yes, there's more than one. So now I'm heading back to pistol number 2, unless somebody snuck in there. I gotta verify my red dot, and then I'll be going to do my pistol stuff, my carry piece, and my brand new, yet to be baptized Glock 43.
Yay.
Oh.
I'll be shooting that G2 Riv.
Hey, my range is open. Excellent. I got it all to myself.
Uh-oh.
He's gonna be popping G2 rip.
Oh, yep, it's all mine. Try not to pull up into that mud there. All right, guys, I got to unload the car and get set up. I will, as long as you're online, and assuming I still have a signal, I'll check back with you when I'm done.
Good hunting.
Bye-bye.
Have fun, Daniel. Have fun, man.
Thank you. Will do.
Suddenly, a tom turkey walks across the range, and the entire field lights up trying to get it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Feathers fly, dinner is running away.
My range is a bunch of liberals.
Damn, that's a pretty nice target you get. I only get
Yeah, with the screenshot? Yep.
Get some social justice warrior with skinny jeans and a bandolier of dildos in front of you. Man, that's awesome.
Wait, what?
Oh, hell no. What?
What did I miss?
That one went too far, dude.
He said that he has liberals at his range, and I was like, damn, all I get's a sheet of paper. So you get the social justice warrior in skinny jeans with a bandolier of dildos to throw back at you and shoot at you. That's fucking cool. Like, even if they only let me use simunition, I want that.
So nice. Have any of your politicians come out and said how all those laws they passed should have stopped that shooting the other day?
Oh, all his politicians came out.
We had a bill in for child issue, but I don't think that's just going to pass. I hope it passes, because I don't think with the shooting that happened in San Bernardino, I don't know, man. Oh, well. That's Heavy. That was Heavy's fault, man. He wasn't protecting the school.
I didn't think Heavy was allowed 100 feet from a school.
I don't know. He's a ginger, so I don't know. Not that there's anything wrong with girls that have ginger hair. They're the best.
Yeah, it's because they have no soul.
No, they're aspirational, man. It's like your challenge is to try to put the fire out.
That's bad.
Just remember, redheads are in what's his face, James Yeager's no-go zone. So keep that in mind.
I know this sounds really strange, but I'm actually craving a cigarette right now because it would kill this cough. As weird as that sounds. Smoke therapy. That and I'm craving a pan pizza.
Hey, Matt. You got any new toys, man?
No, not really. Last thing I bought was that Glock 17.
Oh, see, I mentioned pan pizza. He took off. He was like, that sounds good. I think I'll go get one or two. Yeah, it sucks, man, because they just opened a Little Caesars right across the street from my shop. So it's like I can go get one of those little $5 box lunch deals. It's a
Oh, hell no, dude.
They're not the greatest, but they're good for like a quick lunch.
It's like cardboard.
And now I can't eat them. It's really frustrating. I was getting them like once a week. Add it to my lunch rotation or whatever. That one, Subway, Quiznos. One day McDonald's, and I think one day Taco Bell or something. sometimes I'd mix it up and get Jack in the Box or Whataburger in
Quiznos.
there. I like their Chipotle turkey sandwich. It's $11 though.
Yeah, Quiznos ain't cheap.
It's huge too. It's like, I think the one I get when I tell them I want the large, it's like 17 inches. I don't feel like I'm getting ripped off, but then they say $11. I'm like, God damn it! That was my lunch, all of it, with chips and a drink. Once a week.
Yeah, if I get any new toys, it'd probably be a Glock Gen 5. No, on Gunchannels.
Yeah. It's a Martini Henry that's been rebored and rebarreled twice in its lifetime. It served in the African Zulu Wars, and it was lovingly modified and sporterized and rechambered and rebarreled in 4570. It's gorgeous. It started off as a 577, and then when it went to the Zulu Wars, it was rechambered to 303 British, rebarreled, and then when it came back, it was rechambered, rebarreled, restocked, custom stock with a swing out scope, and the barrel is heavy. That's probably like an 8 or 9 pound barrel on it for 4570. It's a fantastic thing, and it's only like $400 right now. No reserve.
So I guess it can shoot smokeless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, easily. My army buddy sent it to me last night, and I was like, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. I was like, you know, my birthday's in 2 days, and you know I can't have it. I can't buy it.
You should mention it to Flippy. Be like, hey, this gun probably killed Africans.
Oh, no doubt it did.
It's like, I want that right now.
No, I think he's saving his money because he's got some litigation to work through.
Oh, yeah. He's getting a divorce, ain't he?
Yep.
Crazy. Well, he did say how his in-laws hated him, so maybe they had something to do with it.
Well, they were probably in their daughter's ear for the entirety of it.
Oh, I'm sure.
You know, like, look at him. Look, he's fine. He's not safe. Go find yourself a nice Indian or something. Go find a doctor. Sweet. It's time to lunch channel and take my heart pills. Yay. Got 4 more of these 60-pound freaking boat anchors. Yeah, so I don't know if you've been on too much lately, but I recently got into Marlins.
Yeah, I saw some of your Instagram.
He's got 2 now.
Yeah, my dad's got an old 39A before they like fucked him up in the 80s. And I thought about getting a Henry Golden Boy at some point.
The only thing that bothers me about the Henrys is that loading tube. How the little spring thing moves up and down. The way they look though.
Yeah, we got a and my dad was like, man, I wish I would have bought 2 of them and just put one in a box. But it's a Winchester 94, but it shoots 410 shot shells.
Oh. Was it originally built like that, or was it converted?
Yeah, it was originally built like that. And they only made them for maybe like 5 or 6 years. I checked on Gunbroker, and they're worth like $800, and I think he paid like 5 something for it. I take it rabbit hunting.
Obliterate the rabbits.
Well, it only shoots 2.5, which kind of sucks because they're the more expensive 410 shells.
Yeah.
But it looks like a straight Winchester 94 until you like see the god awful like safety on it, and then you're like, oh, this is definitely not a rifle.
Yeah, I got really lucky. I got my 4570 was a first year Freedom Group takeover build. So they had all original Marlin parts, and it was before they released everybody who originally worked there. So I mean, like that one was actually built pretty good. And then my 3030 is a very, very pre Freedom Group gun. It's got the serial number on the tang. It's got an actual walnut. It's got actual walnut furniture. It's got steel barrel bands instead of the plastic ones. The barrel and the receiver are blued instead of Parkerized. I'm like, I scored big time on that one. I paid $15 for it. Which is
for the gun?
Yep.
$15.
Mm-hmm. It was the difference. I traded in my
okay.
PX4 subcompact, and I was upside down. Like they owed me money.
Yeah.
So I got them to throw in a couple of boxes of ammo and a soft case and scope mount rail, and I was like, cool. And they were like, we have to give you an administrative fee of $10 or whatever. And I was like, that's fine. So I owe you $15, and like, you owe us $15. Cool. Got rid of a pistol that I didn't like shooting anymore.
I was gonna say, if you're paying $15 for a lever action, please let me borrow that time machine. Because like, were they ever $15 even in the 1870s?
It's hard to say. Oh, those are Korean.
You had a PX4 Storm for a little while.
I've still got my compact one, the rotating barrel one. I got rid of the tilt barrel because it spent most of its life in my nightstand. And the one time I did take it shooting, like I didn't really like the feel of it compared to my compact. My pinky still had a hard time even with the little flip down deal. So, and I'm not very accurate with semi-automatic pistols. I'm kind of hopeless with them. So I was like, I'll just keep the compact one and I'll get rid of the semi or the subcompact. It worked out fine.
Yeah, I think I had the compact. I think it was a compact.
Yeah. Like the 19 size?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I got. That's what I tell people all the time. They're like, what's the difference? And I'm like, this is like the Glock 19. This one's like the Glock 26. And the one I don't own is like the 17. And they're like, oh, that makes sense. Why didn't you just say it like that in the first place? I was like, because I fucking know guns and apparently you don't. And I have to explain it to you like an idiot. Hashtag Glocktard.
Yeah. Although I do own 2 of them.
Oh, Matt, read the outer chat.
All right, I'm on a lunch channel. I'll be AFK for a few.
All right.
No Gen 5s? No Gen 5 Glocks.
That's disappointing. I'm hoping they would release one at SHOT Show. But see, then I read, might have been Glock Talk or Glock Forum saying how some Glock representatives said that until they filled the FBI order, that they weren't going to release any to the public.
What is the 17FS? Is it like a shorter version or what's what?
Moon's saying it's just got front serrations on it.
And
like, I guess it looks kind of like the SIG P320 because it's like, I don't like the front serrations, but I understand it serves a purpose, especially for like a combat duty gun. Pants is saying Circle 10 mags just got here. that for the 47 or 74? Man, I came close buying a 74, but the ammo, there's only one gun shop where I was living that ever carried it. And you'd have to buy the rest online, which kind of sucks.
I'm gonna post a link here. It looks like these are the results of the third annual Second Amendment awards that happened, I think, last weekend. And some of the winners are pretty obvious.
And so the Glock 19 won something again. How original. Oh, it is a good pistol. Second Amendment hero, Milwaukee County Sheriff David Clark Jr.
That must have been a really short show if that was the only 4 categories in all the things.
Yo, you guys hear me?
Yeah, you getting converted to a cyborg or something?
Yeah, I'm gonna restart my computer. I'll be right back.
Well, let's see what happened today.
I woke up. Working on my resume right now.
Today in 1945, the U.S. Army liberated Buchenwald. I believe that episode or that incident was covered in the second to last episode of Band of Brothers.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Douglas MacArthur was relieved of duty in Korea.
Probably for the better.
Napoleon was banished to the Mediterranean island of Elba. Yesterday, Sam Kinison was killed. I forgot about that. Oh, great. Breaking news. Explosion goes off in Germany before Champions League quarterfinal game.
Not saying it's Islamic terror, but it's probably Islamic terror.
Yeah, let's just find out how many Bins and Q's are in their last name.
Boy, didn't they have a guy in Sweden, yesterday, run over people with a truck?
3 explosions went off near the team's bus.
If it's 3 explosions, it's probably not something random like a gas leak.
Right. It was 3 accidents. I swear to you. Stop looking at my hands.
Hey, religion of peace, right? I mean, I tell people now, I was like, hey, if you ever want to go vacation in Europe, better do it in the next 30 years. It might not be France anymore. It might be the Islamic Republic of France.
You know, once upon a time in my lifetime, I wanted to visit the Hajj. Like, I wanted to see it, you know? Like, I wanted to see the whole event unfold. But now, I don't think I would ever allowed to step foot in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, probably not.
Let's see if my other source has more information, because apparently USA Today ain't worth a shit.
Yo.
What's up, Niles?
I'll be back in a
Yahoo hasn't
second.
even caught the news. They haven't even caught wind of this news yet.
Anything in the news?
There was a bombing in Germany.
Who are they blaming?
I don't know. The story literally broke 1 minute ago. 3 explosions outside of the team's bus. One of the football players got injured. He was from Spain, rushed to the hospital. What is that sound in the background?
That's me.
Printing something?
No. The headphone. The microphone.
Yeah, that's funny. Yahoo hasn't even caught the news yet. USA Today did, though.
Yesterday when it did that new judge, I was expecting some of the fucking Democrats to explode.
Give it time. I posted the link.
Did you find out anything else more about that explosion?
No, story's less than 3 minutes old, so it was like, I guess to even have this much information on the link I just put out there's something. Like Yahoo doesn't have it. My phone hasn't been blowing up with all these different news feeds or whatever. Oh, here, if you want to see that rifle, man, I'll put it in the or I'll put it on the channel chat. You guys can see it. It's pretty.
Yeah, it's a pretty sport. Damn, that's a thick barrel.
Right. The story behind it's awesome. So
11 pounds.
it's a sturdy gun. There's a link for anybody who wants to jump in. The good news is my heart medication worked within 3 minutes after I took it. I feel a lot better.
Must be some powerful shit.
Just opens up all my arteries, which is cool. Like I can look at my arm on my forearm and I can see the arteries start to, my veins and arteries open up. I'm like, wow, that's cool. I have a feeling when I go get checked out, they're just going to give me a stronger version of this stuff and tell me to keep taking the cholesterol pills and just watch what I eat, which I've been doing for like the last 6 weeks. So, like when I get these little attacks, I guess you can call them, they don't hurt nearly as much as they used to. So I'm not like paranoid and panicky anymore like they used to be. Like I was genuinely terrified for a while. I just put on a strong face or whatever, didn't tell anybody.
Yeah, I'm talking to this girl and she's a pharmacist. She's got like a doctorate in pharmacy or whatever. And she told me like all these medications she's on. I'm just like,
holy crap.
How do I get through day without any of this stuff?
Yep. The girl I'm dating is a pharmacist too. She's all, gotta be careful with what you take. She's like, I know it's working. She's like, but be mindful of the side effects. So far, the only side effect I noticed is I feel better. Imagine that.
Do you ever listen to Bill Maher? He's whole conspiracy that like the food and drug corporations are like in cahoots with each other. The food makes you sick, so then you go to the doctor and you get this pill and makes you feel better. I feel like he might kind of have some validity to it.
I was going to say, I mean, there's some merit to that.
Yeah,
doctors don't make money curing the disease. They have money. They make the money treating it.
Yep.
It's so odd that we have commercialized healthcare. You know, it completely goes against the Hippocratic Oath.
Yeah.
They should just change the name to the Hippocratic Oath.
Well, it's like what the guy that developed the polio vaccine essentially gave it away for free.
Yep. Didn't he just die recently?
Maybe. I thought he had been dead for a while, but I could be wrong. But yeah, he could have been like a billionaire in the 50s. Mm-hmm. He was like, nope, I'd rather just fucking fix people.
Yeah, I had this theory on stem cell treatment for quadriplegics. And wouldn't you know it, I guess news travels pretty fast because they gave it to a woman who was biplegic, and now she has feeling in her hands and she can wiggle her fingers. I could have been a billionaire with just a theory. Now I got really into it because one of my mentors, he has a slightly younger brother. They're both in their 70s. But he slipped off of a boat and broke his neck. And he's been quadriplegic for like the last 5 years. And I told him, I'm like, do not sit around. I was like, everybody who has this condition dies of a stroke eventually. because you don't get to move your body. And he's been to Germany like 4 or 5 times. And they're trying to culture his stem cells, and they're going to try to inject him in his neck because the bones in his neck have healed. So
Yeah.
if it works, maybe I'll get to keep his E-type coupe. I helped him restore his brother's convertible, the guy I know. But then he bought an E-type coupe for his little brother, who's quadriplegic now. So he was like, I really want to thank you for doing all this research and yada yada yada, and getting some contact with these doctors. And I said, look, man, I was like, if your brother can walk, or at least have a decent twilight years of his life or whatever, I was like, you know where to send that E-type coupe.
Yeah, always. Yeah.
I think
stem cells are like I was listening to a Joe Rogan podcast the other week, and they went on for like an hour how like Joe Rogan's convinced within like the next 30 years we'll all essentially be like cyborgs.
I like the whole lore of Ghost in the Shell, where you can like physically remove the brain, put it in like an encasement, and then put that into a artificial body or whatever. I like that whole idea. I think it could be done.
Like a robo brain from Fallout.
Well, no. Well, yeah, I guess, yeah, you're right. It would be like a robo brain, but in a more palatable human-shaped body, just like in Ghost in the Shell. And it's like, we didn't have touch pads or anything like that. We watched Star Trek, and all of a sudden, it took some time, but now it's a reality. And I think the same can be argued with like the medical field. People can live forever, technically, because the brain doesn't regenerate cells nearly at the same rate as the rest of your body. So it could last a whole lot longer than the rest of your body. And they've already proven you can grow new ones too.
I think eventually we'll get to a point, probably not in our lifetime, but maybe, where you could be like a 40-year-old guy, and you could like design your own body and like download your memories into this new body and essentially just live forever.
Oh, so not even keep the original brain?
Well, you would
that's the one thing I don't think can happen.
You would get all the memories from the brain and just put them in a new one, I guess.
But it wouldn't be you then.
See, that's true too. Like you could end up being like a serial killer in your new body or something.
I just mean it wouldn't be you because it's just a copy of the data. But like if you take the brain and you put it into something, you are your brain. Like the concept of a soul is just basically your personality.
Yeah, that's true.
That could happen. Existential channels.
Wasn't that what Walt Disney was waiting for?
Right. I don't know. I heard Ghost in the Shell was a complete failure here in the States on its opening weekend, and I knew it was going to be. I was like, this concept does not translate well to a Western audience. Plus, spin-offs of the theories of the show or the movie have been cloned and replicated and copied in things like iRobot and a bunch of other Hollywood films like Avatar or whatever. And it's like, people who don't know, I was going to say dumbasses, but people who don't know that Ghost in the Shell was first, they would say, oh, this is just a ripoff of iRobot. And everyone who actually knows the lore of that would look at them like, if you only knew, you fucking dipshit.
Yeah, that's like the Glock tards are like, Glock was the first polymer pistol. Be like, have you never heard of the HK VP70?
Right.
Sorry, you got beat by about a decade.
They don't want to believe it. They prayed at the altar of the Church of Gaston.
Yeah, I had a kind of a crazy idea, and I was like floating it around at work, and surprisingly a lot of people were like, it's actually not a bad idea, but it would be a restaurant that would just serve fair food.
State Fair?
Like, the food they sell at State Fair is like everything fried. It'd be like that, but it'd be a restaurant, so you wouldn't have to go to the fair. Because like I asked people, and I was like, "Why do you go to the state fair?" And they're like, "Oh, for the food." And like my roommate, fair food for a fair price.
We got everything but the cow manure.
Yeah, cow manure, the creepy clowns. I guess they're more of a circus.
Ponies.
Yeah, but that fair food, you better make them sign a contract or some shit. That's just greasy as fuck.
No, I would just own it. I would not work there.
No, see, what you got to do is you have to sell the idea to a group of cardiologists. Because they'll have the initial capital layout, plus they'll make enough money for like 7 generations of their children after.
Yeah.
You should put that on Shark Tank.
Well, I told my roommate about it, and she was like, she started looking into like how much it would cost to get a food truck and all this stuff. Like, I think she thought more into it than I did.
That's not a bad idea. I actually knew somebody who does that here in Houston, and she said that her first food truck. There's a company that outfits and makes food trucks for you. They're like nationwide famous, and what they typically do is they'll buy decommissioned UPS or FedEx vehicles and then turn them into food trucks. That'd be great. Like, I think she said her first food truck cost her $90 grand. That's the truck and the conversion and all the kitchenware and stuff that you would need to actually, cookware or whatever.
Yeah, that's a number that she was kind of finding, like anywhere between 60 and 100, depending if your food truck was like brand new or if it was like a used food truck with everything in there already.
Yeah, she bought a decommissioned UPS truck one time, and her new one was a decommissioned FedEx one. But the outfitter replaces the motor, and they outfit the inside of the kitchen. It's a pretty cool idea.
Yeah, it's just I got another idea, but I don't think the technology is there yet, but it was, it would revolutionize the beverage industry. And it's a can, like an aluminum can, like a beer can. The inside is coated with something to where it comes in contact with air, it instantly cools. But it's still safe to drink from. But I don't think anything like that exists yet. Because the beverage companies, they already have to line the inside so it's not in contact with the aluminum.
Yeah,
so
if you could make film feeling.
Yeah, so if you can make that film something that cools when it comes into contact with oxygen or some kind of atmospheric gas. It's like you could get rid of refrigerator trucks, you could get rid of all the refrigerated beverage sections in the supermarkets.
So you're thinking of like a Freon widget.
Something, yeah, like you open it and it's cold like dry ice and it cools your beverage within like 10 seconds or so.
That'd be neat. Make it happen. Freon widget. Hashtag Freon widget.
So yeah, unfortunately I don't have like a chemical engineering degree. Should talk to Smeggy. He's at least an engineer.
Sell it to Shark Tank. Have Mark Cuban pay for it. Just don't tell him you're Pro 2A or.
Yeah, I know, right?
Just be like,
I'll sell to that O'Leary guy from Canada. I think he's kind of sane.
Like, look, Mark, I'm just here for your money.
I was at a party with a guy probably like 15 years ago. He was a big duck hunter, and he had this idea for this invention related to duck hunting, but he like wouldn't tell anybody what it was because he was afraid we'd steal the idea. And I was just like, I'm not gonna steal your idea, dude. I'm just gonna give you some feedback. He was like, nope, can't do it. So now I don't know if his idea is actually something I use in the duck blind or if it's just total shit and never went anywhere.
I had a friend who was paid $50,000 for a patent by Ford. And what he invented was, it was like a traffic light. This is before the third brake light came out. There was a traffic light on the back of the deck lid. When you press the accelerator, the light would be green. When you took your foot off the accelerator, the light would turn yellow. And when you hit the brake pedal, it would turn red, along with the taillights. Ford liked the idea so much, they paid him for it, 50 grand to buy out his patent. And they never put it on a vehicle. That's what my friend thought. But I told him, I said, no, dude, that's out there. He said, where'd you see it? We have, Metro City buses in Houston. And when you press the gas pedal, there's no lights on in the back. When they take their foot off the gas pedal, there's these two yellow lights on either side of the ID tag on the back of the bus that light up. And then when they hit the brake, then the taillights come on and those yellow lights are on and they blink. And I'm like, it's the same thing. I bet Ford sold it to the outfitter that makes, the city buses nationwide.
Probably.
Or they own the company that makes the buses nationwide. It's not a green light, but I mean, it works pretty much the same.
It's a good idea too.
Yeah. And he thought about it and he goes, oh yeah. Because, he and I live in the same town. So he goes, yeah, I did notice that.
I feel like I had an idea like that a couple of years ago. Or something similar to it.
My idea was stolen by the medical field and the President of the United States. I swear up and down to this day that he read my blogs about America first before he even started saying it.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, just like check Matt's earlier chats from like 2016 or late 2015 and you'll see it. I'm talking about America first and all of a sudden Donald Trump's parroting it. I didn't get a call. How come I'm not on the staff?
Well, back in 1981, I invented coffee singles.
Seriously?
Yeah, absolutely.
You patented?
Hell no. I wouldn't be sitting here right now.
Talking about the K-cup or something like one?
No. The tea bag like thing for coffee.
Or you just look at a tea bag and go, why haven't we done this yet?
Yeah, why the fuck I need a coffee pot when I can just, put coffee in a bag and dip it in?
Makes sense.
Nah, Tony, you'd still be sitting here. You would just be like, hey, I'm going to the range. I got to go shoot my GE minigun that I bought because I'm a billionaire.
I don't think he wouldn't advertise it. He would just literally log in and join from the range. He's like, hey guys, I'm here with my Dylan.
I'm going to carve.
Like, no, minigun, you idiot.
Like, I'm going to carve Gunchannels into this car.
I'm coming to you live from the Battleship Texas, quote, cruise ship. Where are you headed in the Battleship
Sean,
Texas?
you got to get a better fucking microphone, man.
I can't speak that loud because I'm at work. Is that any better?
Scream it to the crowds. This is Pro 2A country. It caused me to have to mute my TV in the background, which just fucks up my whole ADHD situation here.
Well, I'm trying not to talk too much anyway because it's making me want to cough.
I took some of my ADHD medicine today, and I haven't taken it forever, and I just feel so much more focused today. It's amazing.
I think there's a friend of mine.
It is amazing. You think about giving a kid amphetamines to make him focus when he's already hyperactive.
I was gonna say, like, I had a friend that told me that he tried crystal meth for a little while, and he said that he got so much shit done when he was on it, but he felt so terrible when he came off of it. He was like, he would be a billionaire if he could figure out how to separate that thing that helps you focus out of crystal meth and have no side effects. I'm like, good luck with that.
The closest I ever found was Adderall.
Yeah, and that's what they prescribe left and right to kids.
Yep, I was one of them. Dad
Time
says
released amphetamines.
My dad says it damaged my social skills growing up. He's probably right.
Well, yeah, you're not supposed to respond to people by punching them in the middle of their face. That's what Tony does.
I am not a violent person at all.
I'm not either. I don't tolerate the deliberately stupid. There's a difference. I don't hate everybody. I just hate the stupid.
And well, I found that the stupid is in way bigger supply than the non, so.
Yeah. That's why Alaska's such a great place to live.
I can see that you'd have to be an adventurous soul to live in that sucker.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's really not that bad on Kodiak. I mean, it is like a small town, so it's not that big of a deal.
I probably would have did well up north when I was younger because I could deal with the cold really well, and the dark didn't bother me at all.
I'm back.
Hey, Strike, how's it going?
It's going.
Did you go out back and shoot?
No, I thought about it, but the only thing I'd shoot right now is the AK, and I don't feel like loading my magazines today. I'm lazy.
You gotta go back there and film it for your channel.
What?
Set me out here. You know, play the video.
I need to, but I don't have a folding table. The last folding table I had out there, I left it out there overnight, and I came back, and some deer had trampled all over it.
Did you see what happened to Jimmy's folding table?
No, what happened to Jimmy?
You didn't see that video of him shooting the blue and the red pill?
No, I did not.
Go to his YouTube channel. It's 40 seconds. He finally shot my bullets. You will not be disappointed.
That has yet to be seen.
I watched the video and offered to do him some real magnum loads. He did not take me up on it.
I wouldn't either, not until you get a digital scale.
I have a digital scale, you goofball. You ought to pay attention to what goes on when you're in chat.
Nah, not at all.
Yo,
Which of
Sean.
these videos?
Uh, 454 versus Melons. It's like 40 seconds. What's up, Knives?
I got a question. You think we can make a what it called the man shitter?
Can I make what?
You think we can make up a bullet called the man shitter? Because every time you shoot, so you just take a shit.
There's a gun, or there's a device that they developed that's mounted to a Humvee, and it puts out ultra low frequency sound waves. And I think they called it what did they call it? The diarrhea cannon or something like that.
Oh, I heard about that.
Yeah, and then like if they put out this sound in a direction, and if there was any Hodge on the other side, it would instantly make them lose their bowels. They would like want to poop themselves.
Were those Jimmy's kids in the background?
Yes. I think one of them was a cousin or something, or nephew. Yeah, to see what happened to his stand?
Pretty sure that wasn't his. It's probably something that was just sitting out there.
Yeah, his gun definitely handles recoil better than mine. But he likes them. The only loads hotter than those There's a Hornady hunting load that I had once that was stouter than my blue bill, and the HSM bear load. Those are the only two I know that are stronger than those that I gave him. And I didn't want to give him the nuclear option right away, you know. But if I get some bear loads, I'll send him some. It's the quest to blow up Jimmy's Taurus.
From what I could see, his handles recoil better than mine too.
You know what I'm gonna do just to mess with him? I'm gonna send him 6 more 45 Colts, but I'm gonna load them to 454 Casull power. Like, here's some 45 Colt, and I'll be like, man, I told you not to shoot this shit. I'm like, just try it.
Might want to rethink that because he may hand it to his old lady to shoot.
Yeah.
That would be hilarious.
Take a 45 Colt, load it up to about a 1/4 inch edge with tight group and put a bullet on it.
I don't think I've seen a loading for tight group for 454 yet, but I'll check. Okay. That would be the right powder to use. That or accurate number 9.
I'm sure that it's not.
Hmm?
But that would be a Magnum load and a half.
Yeah.
That's a joke for those you stupid asses listening that don't get it.
So
Don't fill your cases with tight group. You'll blow the fucking gun up. Trust me.
anybody find an expansion on that story I broke earlier about the bombings at the soccer games? Like, did Yahoo finally catch up to everybody else?
I thought the soccer games themselves were bombs.
No, dude. What happened over in Germany? 20
I
minutes
don't know, but I
ago
can
or
look.
something. Check too. Gabby Giffords responds to California shooting. She carries, right?
No idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, so her heart is breaking for them, but maybe she's going to speak out and say, you idiots need to get rid of your retarded gun laws so your people can protect themselves here in California or something, you know?
Well, unfortunately, firearms in schools would have not made any difference in that particular situation, I don't think.
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to prevent murder-suicides.
She's
'Cause
calling for stricter legislation.
Because I'm sure the guy who did it probably could have passed a background check.
I mean, sometimes there's nothing that's 100% fixed. Sometimes people are going to slip through the fucking cracks no matter what.
Yeah, that's true too. We had a murder-suicide in Wilmington, and like the news went to the gun shop and everything, and this guy had no criminal record whatsoever. Bought a gun and met this guy at a gas station that he had sold some land or something to, and thought he got stiffed and shot him, his wife, and then shot himself in front of like 40 people.
Did he get stiffed?
I guess he felt like he did.
Huh.
He stiffed himself, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, technically, yes.
They're all stiff now.
How confident are you that you're saving enough for retirement? Not confident at all. Thank you. Fucking polls. I'm not saying anything about soccer games blowing up or nothing.
Oh, snaps. Judicial Watch sues ATF over proposed M855 armor-piercing ammo ban records.
Yeah, so
Wonder what they'll find.
oh no, that's actually the third thing I've seen they're suing for records for. Moon comes in the room and says, "Be right back." Okay.
That's Moon, not me.
Probably want to go get coffee.
Yo.
Hashtag chat cancer.
Moon has awoken.
He's back.
I'm a malignant tumor.
It's not a tumor.
It's not
I'm a tumor. I'm a tumor. I'm a tumor. I'm a tumor.
I'm gonna put a link up to a stream that's going on right now. Mad Dog Mattis is holding a press conference about the Syrian airstrikes.
No knives. We're just talking about your favorite ex-governor.
Can we have Mattis as their governor of California?
What was he gonna say?
No,
Hillary likes it, so I like it.
Wait, what?
Hillary supported the bombing of Syria. Who else? Everybody we hate supported the bombing of Syria.
Everybody but Russia and
what?
Syria.
All the Democrats liked it.
Yeah,
So they
man,
wanted it the right way.
I told you before, it doesn't matter who you vote in. The military-industrial complex is running the show.
Oh, good Lord, you're starting to sound like HVS.
It's not even like a secret. How can it be not more apparent than this election cycle? You got the hope and change Barack Obama was supposed to bring. He didn't. He continued an 8-year war to destabilize them 7 countries so that they can build a pipeline. And it's continuing through Trump. And it started with Bush, the first Bush. So I don't see how, I don't see how you can even think there's different parties. They just want whatever party has a different ideal on endgame, but they both have the same path. They're both traveling the same path to that endgame.
That path ends at T60 power armor. Zing.
No, Master Chief armor.
Sorry to kill a chat with my tinfoil hat.
Damn it, chat cancer. Look what you've done.
Well, that's okay. As long as Bob wears his tinfoil shirt, we'll be fine.
Look what you did.
I can't watch the stream, but I put the link up there in the chat if anyone's gonna watch it. Maybe they can paraphrase it for us. Mad Dog.
Yeah, we need to get Ivanka out of the White House.
Why?
Because her husband is like a George Soros globalist.
What?
And then the reports come out today that Trump was advised by his daughter Ivanka to bomb Syria because of she didn't like the way they killed the babies. She needs to get the fuck out.
She's part of the advisory staff now.
She's hot and all that, but yeah, she needs to go.
Dude, she's
Best friends with Hillary Clinton. Her husband is like a fucking lefty Soros globalist. Just get out of it. He needs to get them out of the way.
She
Like,
can't
sorry,
be hot anymore. 4 kids fell out of that. 4. That's just a lot of.
It's
that's
impressive.
just a lot of bondo at work right there. That's a wet
When
car.
Scarlett Johansson is going at it with Ivanka over the Twitters, I just wish they would shut up and kiss.
I would pay to see that. I think the national debt would end if everyone paid to see that.
Who the hell's pissing in your Kool-Aid, Moon?
Trump is pissing all up in my Kool-Aid.
All up in there.
Okay, I was just curious.
You need to put sugar in it.
Nope.
I know why Moon's so mad. Because he's thinking that if Hillary Clinton won, the Gen 5 block would have been out already.
It's a possibility.
They'd been like, we need to hurry up and get this shit out here. Brandon would have never sold a semi-auto saw.
Yo, did he really sell that shit?
From what I understand, he did. I guess once you realize it's a semi-auto saw, you're just like, It's like having a semi-automatic MG42.
Yeah, but if they got rid of the Hughes, how much would it cost for him to make it a full auto? Probably not that much.
Yeah.
But I think getting rid of the Hughes is kind of a long shot.
Semi-auto saw is like a McCullough hatchet.
I'm starting to lose faith in the Hearing Protection Act. They can't fucking
it's still stuck in committee.
Yeah, that and that. There's all this other distraction going on. When are they ever going to have like a quiet time to fucking get this bill through? Never.
Like I don't.
It's going to be like endless healthcare negotiations, endless UN and war table negotiations.
I don't know how long a bill has to sit in committee to die, but it's been in there for 2 months and 2 days.
Yeah, they need to get moving.
It's like, why can't Donald Trump Jr. replace Ivanka? Because he's the one that's really pushing it. Like, if Trump just came out in a press conference was like, I'm hearing good things about this Hearing Protection Act, I want it through, then it would probably get some traction.
Yeah. We need to start tweeting him. He knows how to work the Twitter better than I do. Fucking Trump.
I mean, what's his Twitter account that he actually responds to?
The real Donald Trump.
The real Donald Trump, yeah.
All right.
Donald J. Trump is like a fake account. But it's funny.
Okay. I thought he took over the one for the President of the United States now.
Well, he's got 2.
Yeah.
The POTUS one is for official tweets only, I think.
Official tweets.
Official tweets only. How do you officially tweet as the President of the United States? I don't understand this. Isn't that just, don't you tweet just like everybody else?
Well, they're just letting you know that it's the real deal.
Oh, is that what that is?
White House tweet.
Like, I guess the difference would be like, you're not going to see any like, I just had Kentucky Gold from KFC on the POTUS Twitter.
I don't know. That'd be pretty funny. I'm eating Kentucky Gold.
Hey man, that Kentucky Gold is some good stuff.
surveying
Oh,
the
yeah,
damage
it's
of the
good.
nuclear strike.
Yeah, we never saw Obama tweet that he ordered $50,000 worth of succulent hot dogs.
No, but we did see Obama go into a bunch of Five Guys. Not kidding.
Yeah, I hear he likes guys. That's why he ordered the hot dogs.
Succulent ones.
It's in the emails.
To the emails. Right.
Yeah, those emails are pretty weird. I was listening to that Joe Rogan podcast with Alex Jones when he got high and drunk. God knows that shit was funny.
Yeah. Fucking classic.
We're interdimensional beings here, Joe. I was like, man, I believe in some conspiracy theories, but that shit's fucking out there.
That's some funny shit right there.
Hey, but Joe Rogan kept asking to prove it. How was it?
Well, it's like, I remember when I saw that Interstellar movie, I had to get one of my physics friends to be like, oh yeah, this is how it could be possible. I was just like, so the fourth dimension's like a fucking bookcase.
I thought the fourth dimension was time.
I don't know. I'm not a damn physicist. It could be, probably is. But like Alex Jones was talking about, there's like 12 dimensions or something.
The fourth dimension is your brain struggling and hallucinating from lack of oxygen because your dumbass is in space. That's all it is.
What is he now? Is he one of those controversial? What do they call him? Scientologists now?
Who? Alex Jones? No. He's a libertarian.
Yeah, he's a libertarian.
Did you see it? Did you see the video where he goes? Oh, what'd you say?
Isn't that sort of synonymous with not quite as left of a liberal these days?
Well, they called him a liberal back when Bush was president because 9/11 was an inside job. Was all Alex Jones.
Well, yeah, didn't you see that documentary? What was it called? Loose Change?
Yeah.
Tibby.
Oh,
what up, you fucking faggot?
Who you calling the faggot?
You fucking cocksuckers!
Who you calling the cocksucker, sucker?
You fucking crab ass. What up?
You fucked up right there, dude.
Huh?
Yeah, we would have sent to the chat herpes.
Damn, I didn't know I had crabs.
What's bracket?
Love connection.
Just
chilling,
spewing out Alex Jones shit.
Alex Jones shit?
Yeah.
Interdimensional beings.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When he got
honestly, I only listened to him for a while, when I was a long time ago. But actually, what's my opinion on Alex Jones? Oh, if you want to listen to him, like, this is some entertaining shit. The Joe Rogan shit from like a month ago.
Oh,
I think it's Joe Rogan's.
That's what we were
Joe
talking
Rogan's
about.
most popular video ever. It's got like 5 million views. But he's literally smoking weed with Joe Rogan, drinking whiskey, and they got the guy over there who's like, Eddie Sancho or Eddie fucking whatever his name, Eddie Bravo, who is a huge MMA like Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy who owns like a gym, but the gym is worldwide. That guy's like a millionaire, and they're all smoking weed and shit. And man, Alex Jones they were so funny, like all three of them. Like,
oh yeah,
he kept saying, "Oh, you want to know the real?" He's like, "You want to know the real thing about the chemtrails?" All right, I'll tell you. I'll tell you the real. Like, you want to know the real thing about Reagan? Like, I'll tell you about. And it's so funny because like that was a great. That was great radio. Whatever the fuck.
Like, I want to know about aliens. He's like, Joe, they're not aliens. They're interdimensional beings.
He kept saying we'll get there. And that dude Eddie was like, "Is that what you think? Is that what you believe, or what?" Like, he's like, "Well, no, I do. I believe in research." Like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Because you could tell that's what he believes. That interdimensional demon, like dark side, like.
Yeah.
the
Hellraiser.
globalist elite
Pedophilia elite.
trying to communicate with like another interdimensional evil spirits and shit. It was weird, man.
Well, yeah, I also heard Alex Jones say that he doesn't believe it, and you don't have to believe it, but if they believe it, that's all that matters, because they're doing it in the name of that all the evil they do is in the name of them believing in them interdimensional Illuminati fucking whatever.
But dude, I've listened to Alex on his show, you know, in the past. I've never heard him get that fucking weird. You know what I mean? Like that fucking strange, man. Like he'd been, you know, a globalist and blah blah blah, the selling out America and all this shit and whatever, but never like they're trying to communicate, or they think they have already been communicating with. Man, that shit was. That was
marijuana's a hell of a drug, especially.
Well, yeah, you can tell Alex Jones did it. He didn't need anything, dude. That's what that dude kept saying. Like, wow, like you don't need a fucking thing. And I loved it because Joe Rogan kept saying like, whoa, what did you just say? Like, you can't just say that and then be like, how's the weather? You know what I mean? Like, you can't just move on. Like, you just said what? Like, they're child molesting pedophiles running the country, and then, you know, and then he'll just like skip over it. Like, oh yeah, you didn't know that? Okay. And so Joe Rogan kept bringing him back. Like, hey man, we got to talk about what you just said. Anyway, it was fun, dude. Right, Moon? You listen to that shit or what?
Am I what?
Did you listen to the Rogan one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It was honestly one of the best Rogan shows I've ever heard.
It was funny because after he smoked the weed, he was like, no, I didn't smoke any weed. I didn't smoke it.
He's like, you mind if I have any more? Yo, he's like, yo, let me get a little more. Okay. Here's the deal. I'm ready. I'm ready to do a real data dump or whatever he said. I'm going to give you all the answers right now. Hold on. Let me get some more of that Jack Daniels.
I gotta piss. I'll be back in a second.
I love when he was like, look, man, he's like, look, if I bash Trump, like, honestly, I'd make more money. Like, you know what I mean? And I'm sure you might be right. I don't know, from a money aspect, like, because he kind of was on Trump's dick, like, the whole show. Like, Trump's the truth. Trump's real. Trump's the greatest, you know? And he's like, look, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, if I came out and started bashing on Trump, he's like, I think I'd make more money. Like, I'd have more ratings.
But now he's like conflicted. His latest shows, his audience is bashing Trump because we all know not to go into Syria.
Yeah, well, that's big time. That's a big time pivot, man. Like, you can't just, they're playing, like, on Twitter and shit, all these people, they're libertarians, Republicans, whatever, but they're fucking pulling up tweets, bro. Donald Trump tweets. Like, he said he would never do this and shit, and he's doing it.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah. I think Trump, I don't know, I'm trying to defend Trump, but when you become the president of the United States and you got all these commanders and generals and fucking JSOC, whatever the fuck, joint, you know, super commando Pentagon guys telling you shit you did not know when you were fucking home on Twitter at 4 a.m, like a few years ago, talking shit.
Yep. I just don't know what kind of information they would have. Besides a justification for what they're actually doing in there. Like a good justification.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they sell it to them, and if no one's buying it, then that's when they fucking kill your character or just kill you.
Yeah. I think it's like Assad's been there for 6 years now. 5 years? 5 or 6 years. Okay, doing this shit. Well, he's been there a long time, but this whole conflict has gone on for so long that it's literally like destroying Europe. You know, it's like destroying Germany. It might have destroyed Germany already. You know, it might have destroyed fucking Turkey's threatening to like release a whole shit ton of refugees, and they're like blackmailing Europe. Like, oh, if you don't do this, we're gonna send another 1,000,000 of these motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like, anyway.
We're telling them to have babies, 5 babies at least.
Yeah.
He told Holland or one of those Dutch countries, he was like, yeah, we're just going to like tell all your Muslims living there to go wage jihad against you if you don't stop talking shit.
Oh, it's super scary, dude. What did they say in Turkey? Like, after that fake coup, like, was that a year ago or 2 years ago? After that fake coup, he fucking arrested and killed a whole shit ton of people. They made pedophilia legal again. He just did something like a week ago in their constitution to like basically make him a supreme leader for the next 20 years or something. He's trying to, yeah, he is fucking, he's wild, bro. So
and yet people will still go tour the ZQI ammo factory.
Yeah, he's a wild bro, dude. I wouldn't go unless I spoke to him on the phone. I would never go there. I'd be like, "Am I good? Are you for real? Like, am I really good? Like, if there's if there's another fake coup, like, am I coming to your house for a fucking Turkish barbecue or some shit? I need to know I'm safe, bro. Yeah.
If you want justifications for the Syrian airstrikes, there's a press conference going on right now with Mad Dog. It's on Yahoo News. Like, they started streaming it about 20 minutes ago.
What?
You can hear all the reasons or excuses that they're telling right now. It's in the channel chat still. The link.
Well, somebody was saying he advised Congress or asked Congress or said it was up to Congress whether we went to war with Syria. So I don't know.
So right now we're probably forklifts
If
are
the
working.
Congress goes to war, then they won't get reelected in 2018. It's that simple. So it might be a part of his plan. I mean, he called him, gave him 2 hours notice. They moved some shit.
We're gonna, I'll bet $5 we're gonna spank North Korea. And the best part about it is, if we do anything to them, they're so cut off from the rest of the fucking planet that if we don't say anything, like, they're not gonna say anything. You know what I mean? Like, and even if they did, we wouldn't know what they're telling their people.
That shit needs to end, man. That's been a fully
I'm not sure if it's the most recent one, but you didn't send me one.
I've been thinking about it. You know what boggled my mind was, like, I would send this links to my friend. The person who did the North Korean nuclear arms, what do they call it? The
development.
Yeah. Well, their treaty. Like whoever did the nuclear deal for the North Koreans under Clinton to make sure they never got the nuke is the same woman who did the deal for Iran. Her name is, like, I forgot her name. She's got gray hair. Anyway, this was like who was in charge of it. Pure fail. Like that failed under Clinton. 8 years of fucking Bush, they didn't do shit. 8 years of Obama, they didn't do shit. And eventually their program is going to get advanced, man. Like, it's going to get more advanced. I guess the real danger is every time they do tests, Iran is there and their scientists are there. And then I guess the real danger is that they will sell that shit to fucking ISIS or a Shiite group or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Like, that's the scary part, that they'll sell that tech to the highest bidder.
To quote McCain, that short little fat crazy guy needs to be taken out.
Yep. It's going to happen at some point in our history.
Right now, forklifts are working around the clock loading Moabs.
Either we're going to do it or the North Koreans are going to get fed up and they'll need our help to do it.
Well, if you want to if you want to illustrate how short-sighted the people are in that area right now, they keep firing missiles from North Korea east towards Japan, right? And their missiles are dropping. The last one was 41 miles off the coast of Japan. Well, if you take a compass and you stick the launch site, you put the pin on the launch site, and they can hit the entirety of South Korea now. And nobody said a damn thing about it.
Don't want to cause a panic.
Right. But I mean, that's literally what it is. They can do it. They can destroy any city in South Korea now. And no one's saying anything about it. I pointed that to my mom because she lived in one of the southernmost cities in the country on the coast. And I'm like, guess what? Then she
Now,
understood.
do you think if, heavens forbid, they did launch, maybe not like a ballistic missile, but bombed like Seoul, do you think like all these, you know, anti-war Democrats and anti-war Republicans would get behind it?
No.
Because it's like,
no.
It's
they
like now I see Democrats
despite their own faith. That's what a liberal is.
Because I see all these Democrats coming out, they're like, we spent $700 million bombing Syria. I was like, do you not recall Obama dropping like 29,000
3,000
bombs?
bombs or something? I think, yeah, it was 29, whatever the fuck it was, dude. I think you're wrong about Democrats on Korea. They're like the perfect cartoon villain that like anyone can get behind attacking. Like they're that fucking crazy. Like they can't say it's global warming. It isn't jobs. It isn't fucking. It is fucking pure evil, crazy nut job. You know what I mean? And even Nancy Pelosi, I could see Nancy Pelosi jumping up and down for war with them. You know what I mean? Like that's. I don't know. They're like the perfect enemy.
Yeah, North Korea is the lowest hanging fruit for this one for sure. I guess they'll say we stood behind Trump for his war, re-elect us, that kind of thing.
Yeah, my uncle fought in Korea. He can't tell you now because he's dead, but he used to tell me all the time it's crazy shit they did in Korea.
They could literally bomb Seoul with a Sling King. That's how close they are.
And then he would pull up his pants leg and be like, "Yep, and there's my fake foot, cause some fucking stepped on some fucking North Korean mine."
I was just hoping Mad Dog would get up on the stage and be like, I don't need to explain myself to you fucking people. And just walk off.
He kind of reminds me of Jack Nicholson's character on God, what was that? Is it A Few Good Men?
Few Good Men.
He's like, come here and lecture me and your faggoty ass Navy whites.
They should make a sequel called A Couple Good Dudes.
Some really cool guys.
A couple alright bros.
Would that be like the Bernie Sanders story?
Directed by Scumbag Steve.
Did y'all hear the report that I guess Russia had agents posing as like Bernie bros, posting fake news during the election?
Bernie bros.
Yeah, it was like 700 Russian agents, and their entire job was to post like fake news about Clinton or pose as like Sanders supporters and be like, Clinton sucks, vote for me. And it's like this bombing of Syria only helps Trump because now it's like, if he was in cahoots with Putin, do you really think he would have bombed like his ally essentially?
Yeah, he wouldn't do this to his bro. Well, how much sooner or how much until the Carl Vinson gets in the strike range?
Is that the one heading to North Korea?
Yep. And I'm also curious.
It's probably pretty close.
what was it, the Admiral Grigorovich. I wonder when that's going to make it over to the Syrian or to the Mediterranean, because they were expressly sent to stymie off the destroyer that fired the missiles. They sent their own missile frigate in response.
Yeah, I heard that too. Bad situation.
You know what I think is kind of weird is Trump made the announcement about the bombing 90 minutes before Xi Jinping showed up at Mar-a-Lago. He's like, hey, you enjoying that steak? Yeah, it was cooked with the same missiles I'm using on Syria right now. What do you think about that? Firepower. Stop looking at my hands.
These hands do great things.
Hands are beautiful. Stop looking at them. They're great hands. The biggest hands. The most fantastic hands in the world. Oh, well. Looks like half the panel got NSA'd.
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened?
Everyone got NSA'd. Like, Hillary didn't like the conversation.
Actually, speaking of Alex Jones, he actually liked one of my pictures on Instagram.
Nice.
I felt super cool about it, even though I don't really listen to him. I posted something about new media. He was like, "Oh, new media, anti-globalist. I'm gonna like that guy."
I bet you could pull off a great Jesse Ventura.
He's more deep and gruff. I don't think I can get as gruff as him.
Or Scruff McGruff.
Yeah, it's got that accent.
Yeah.
That weird.
9/11 was an inside job. Here's the proof. I talked to the flight control operator who said the terrorists were on the plane before the plane took off. And then on the day of the interview, he bailed and said his mother was sick.
How convenient. Still waiting for Mad Dog to get up there and just be like, I don't need to explain myself to you people. He actually looks like an aged version of Eminem.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, I think it's Ben Shapiro. He jokes around like when the fucking Chris or when the left got it up in arms about Pence only eating dinner with his wife.
Yeah.
And he was like, he's just doing that to protect himself. Mike Pence, he's a good looking guy. He looks like a well-aged G.I. Joe.
He does. He almost looks like the skull of the Punisher.
Yeah, the Red Skull.
I just missed the skull in his shirt, but yeah.
Well, he looks like Johnny Quest's dad.
He's that bad guy from fuck.
His hair is modeled after George Papard from the 18.
What the fuck was that Steven Seagal movie? Where they're on a train. It's a sequel.
Oh, Under Siege 2?
Yeah. He's the bad guy in Under Siege 2. Not the main bad guy, but like Special Forces bad guy.
Oh, yeah, I remember. I think I know that guy you're talking about. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Red Dawn to happen any day now.
No, I'm not ready.
California's like already deep into that, so
They'll be the first one taking over.
yeah.
Man, I fucking made the mistake of commenting on something George Takei posted on Facebook, and he was talking about that. Is it Marsh Sheen Waters, that representative from California that's got like the James Brown hair? And this one lady was just like, "You need to check your privilege," and I was essentially just used like the left tactics. I was like, "Oh, check my privilege. Haven't heard that one before. I'm gonna go change my life now." And she told me to go eat a bag of dicks. So I was like, "Bag of dicks? That sounds kind of homophobic." I thought I was talking to someone tolerant, but then again, I forgot you're on the left. And then she repeated the same thing again. I was like, if bag of dicks is the best insult you got, you need to do some work.
I always just drop that Socrates quote. Or who else? What was that other great guy?
Aristotle?
No, that was a quote from someone. It's like when the opposition resorts to ad hominem attacks, then that's when they've lost.
Oh, the bully tactics.
That's when you've won the argument.
Oh, and then like another guy came on there. Huh. And another guy came on there, and he was just like, "Man, there's so many white racists here. It's like a Klan rally." And I was just like, "Oh, playing the race card again." And I was like, "And how dare you identify my race, sir? That's very intolerant of you."
I can tell you're white. I can say, I can tell you're a liberal because you're the ones who invented the Klan in the first place.
Yeah,
Rob.
All the time.
Did
and then they tell me the party's flipped, and then I tell them the Republicans passed the
Civil Rights Act.
Civil Rights Act.
Yeah, no, it is flipped.
Tell me when they flipped, and then they shut up. You never hear from them again.
Why fact when you can overreact?
Essentially, what I heard was a lot of people in the South were getting kind of tired of segregation, and the Democrats knew that, you know, their days were up. So that's when they pushed for like the whole welfare state, because it's like it really hasn't helped minorities at all. And they've been doing it for like 50 years.
No, they figured out a way to segregate them and harvest their votes.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah, Rob Schneider, who's, I guess, used to be a Democrat, but he said the left's like lost its mind, so now he's like more of a libertarian. He posted like after all those like protest votes for Donald Trump, he's like, "I haven't seen the Democratic Party this mad since the Republican Party took their slaves away."
Ooh.
Yeah, that was a good one.
It's totally the truth. Yeah, I told that to my parents, and they got like super pissed. They're like, "That's not true at all." I was like, "Yeah, it is."
Truly is.
It's like you can't go back and rewrite history, unfortunately.
Yeah, who's Rob Schneider? The guy from Hannibal?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And other great movies.
You can do it. So, Moon, when are you gonna buy that freaking sporterized Martini Henry?
Never.
Did you see it?
No.
That's a sexy piece of kit, man. £11 though. Oof.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Well, it's because it fires a 4570 cartridge now. That barrel's overkill. Which is why I want it. I need that in my life. Got to convince Angry to go up there and get it. He said he ain't got the money, but you know what? You want something bad enough, you'll find the money. No, you're out there, Angry. I see you.
What do you think drug addicts do?
Oh, they just suck dick for cocaine. Bob Saget told me so. It's like,
God,
weed ain't a drug.
From?
Weed ain't a drug. You ever suck dick for weed? I've sucked dick for cocaine.
That movie where they spell fucking shit.
The Half Baked?
Yeah, Half Baked. You in here for weed? Weed is not a drug. I suck dick for cocaine. What the fuck? They start booting his ass off.
I'll take the road trip if someone buys it. All right. We're going to have to do it. We're going to have to pool our resources and start a GoFundMe. Come up with like $800. That's like not a whole lot for how many people are in gun channels. And we'll buy it. And Angry will go pick it up. He'll film himself shooting it. And then we'll just go down the list of everyone who donated it. And we'll just give it like the ultimate world tour.
Yeah, don't they do that for charity, like Iraq veteran and all those guys?
Yeah, and just put me at the very end of the list, so that way when it gets to me, no one will ask for it back because everyone's already had it go.
And it's all beat up.
That would be tragic. I'll send the hand loads for everybody who receives it. There you go. Then I know it won't blow up. Because if Tony loads them, it'll be gone. And it'll blow up in Angry's hands. I'm the first guy who got it. Thanks, Tony, for loading this hand load. Feels kind of heavy, though. Boom! You killed the unkillable.
I got a question for all you guys. Let's say after you guys get done doing your business on the toilet, your gun falls inside the toilet. What will you do?
Pick it out.
I don't have
what happens? I took a shit. I took a shit and it fell in the toilet.
Flush it, because you know the gun's not going to go down there.
Yeah, the gun's not going to go down, but the shit's going to like spin around and like circle the gun.
It's going to strain through the
smear
gun.
all over it.
Fuck that.
It's when you go buy ultrasonic cleaner.
What you do is you take your gun off and you put it in the sink next to the toilet, and you don't reach for it until after you're done doing the deed.
I feel like Yankee has a video on this subject.
Oh God.
No, you know what I would do? I'd just clean it and then fucking go sell it at the gun store. I won't even want to touch it again. Let some other poor guy use it.
Knife sells an artillery looter for $20. He said he doesn't care what you offer him for it. He just wants it out of his life.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you call this gun? Mierda. El Diablo Mierda. I ate some ghost chili peppers.
Oh, did y'all see that Mother Jones reporter that was saying that the Tomahawk missile's like racist and should be named something else?
Let's rename it the Bone Tomahawk missile.
Ben Shapiro was like, "Oh, we should just name it we should name it Muhammad or something, just to really piss them off." Or the Hebrew hammer.
You have no time to put bacon on those fucking missiles?
Hey, I got a legit question here, okay? You get these guys that are in Camp X-Ray, Gitmo, right? They get to pray whenever they want. They get to tour the grounds whenever they want. Supposedly, it's like a fucking hotel for them, right? They're not allowed to eat pork. But how do they know what it tastes like?
That's a good question.
Why don't you grind up pork into a pate and feed it to them every day? and they're not going to know what it is. They can't. They technically don't know what it tastes like. They don't know what it smells like. A cooked version, I should say. And then, the day you release them, because you're bound to release them, because Obama did, right? You release the video of them eating said pork. So when they get back to their home country, they're executed.
What's their reasoning behind not eating pork?
Because they're dirty animals and they eat the garbage and they're low to the ground and yada, yada, yada.
So kind of like the Jewish not kosher because they're cloven animal, but they eat meat.
Yeah, I mean, they claim it's an unsanitary animal, but pigs are cleaner than cats and smarter than dogs, so go figure. Like if you domesticate one like a pet, they're smarter than dogs and they're cleaner than cats. So their argument's right out the window. Should I read that right? Renamed the Tomahawk missile Pig Dicks.
Tomahawk's racist.
What bone tomahawk?
That movie's racist now.
The wishbone.
Racist.
It's called the Maverick 88.
Just put a gang of coach whistles on top of that fucking missile so you hear it coming.
Oh, I think Angry gave himself a new username if he fires one of Jimmy's hand loads of 4570, or one of Tony's hand loads of 4570. He'd be Stumpy American.
His hands would look like Ben Stiller's on Tropic Thunder.
There you go. 4-leaf tea bag. Oh, you're talking about, oh yeah, that part where they were all mushed out.
Yeah, the very beginning. Survive!
I don't know what it's called. I just know the sound it makes when it takes another man's life.
Yeah, I was watching that the other night, and I was laughing at like the simple Jack part, and I was like, "Am I a bad person to laugh at this part of the movie?"
Yeah. That's a scene that can never be remade again.
No.
The Waterboy's a movie that can't ever be remade again.
Well, just think of Blazing Saddles.
Oh yeah, that'll never happen.
Like if you showed 5 minutes of that to a snowflake, they would be petitioning to get that thing banned for life.
I think that's what everybody should watch.
And it's like one of the greatest comedies of all time.
All right, so G's on right now, so we need to sell him the idea of the Martini Henry Coast to Coast tour.
It sounds like a drink.
Like, is there like a Jennings attached to the stock of it?
I'm not familiar with this gun. It is not modern enough for me.
It's perfect.
I'm a modern snob.
It's modernized.
He's like, I don't see any polymer on there. I can't get behind this. I have to find a way to come up with the money for that.
They could have like, Jesus Christmas. It's a fucking door buzzer bell.
Like he's stuck on
I peed a little.
Texting. No, I'm not speaking in Swahili.
Magulo malawalo.
My neighbor's Kenyan.
Do you know how they write the click in their language? The click talking? They actually have a symbol for it when you're writing, because they use Western letters or whatever, right? But when it comes to the actual click thing, they use an exclamation point.
Click. Isn't there different clicking?
I'm not sure. I just remember that old Russell Westbrook joke, or not Russell Westbrook, Russell Peters joke. And he was talking about how he went to a casino or something in South Africa, and he met a guy, and on his name tag it was exclamation point XOBILE. He didn't know how to pronounce the guy's name. The guy was like, Bile. I was like, oh, the click is an exclamation point. And then he was talking about what it must be like if he's like sleeping with his girl and she's screaming out his name. Like, what if she gets the click in the wrong spot? You've been sleeping with my brother, you bitch. Very fucked up.
I only know of the clicking from the God. The Gods Must Be
Gods
Crazy.
Must Be Crazy.
Yeah.
That was such a great movie.
Have y'all seen the new Dave Chappelle stand-up specials?
I saw the LA one and like watched half of the Texas one and
Yeah.
fell asleep.
The first time I met LJ.
Mr. Juice, it's so nice to meet you.
Mr. Juice.
He's like, hey, but that murderer ran for over 11,000 yards.
The second time I met LJ.
We're getting closer to Deontay Wilder's heavyweight defense fight, aren't we? Isn't it this weekend? The Bronze Bomber. Damn, fucking computer having an aneurysm or something.
The fuck is that noise?
It's a lot of reverb.
It's a dolphin.
Oh, it's my messenger on my phone. Kind of sounds like the Swahili clicks.
Yeah, it does.
What you say about me?
His phone is singing a lullaby in Swahili. Show me the schedule. There it is.
What you say about my mama? My mama's a nice lady. She was a nice lady.
Did I miss it?
Well, yeah, my brother found out I got an NRA card. He was fucking got pissed.
Why?
He's a lefty.
Whoa, whoa.
Her name is Sounding.
Oh crap! I missed it. It was February 20th. No, I think I watched this one.
Yeah, well, you should play that Tom Clancy.
Yeah.
You unlocked anything?
Huh?
Did you get a new gun yet?
Yeah.
What you got on the game now?
Let me see. Got an AK-47 with a scope. I don't know why. Some of them are like special guns with like this AK with a drum mag. And it's purple. I should be using this right now. M4A1 tactical with looks like a comp M4. And, it's got a suppressor. I don't know. MP5. Some other weird AR. One of them Serbu shorty shotguns.
Nice.
You have one of those?
In this game.
I kind of want one. The super shorty.
Yeah.
3+1 or yeah, 3+1.
SRSA-1. I don't know what that is, but it's some kind of bullpup. Looks like a Desert Tech or I don't think it's Caltech. MG121.
SRSA-1.
What's that?
Desert Tech Stealth Recon.
Yeah.
That's the fucking bolt action.
$4,600 is what it is.
Hell no.
I got a Stoner LMG-A1. MK249. Don't know what that is.
There's only a day left on this auction too. Man.
That's all I got so far.
Yep.
I think I'd have a lot more fun hunting with that single shot than I would my lever.
I got a Scorpion in this game. I don't know why I would want that.
I like the first generation of the Scorpion. I forgot what they're called.
The old
381?
Yeah.
I like them.
The with the wood?
Mm-hmm. Or is it Bakelite?
I don't know. I think they're cool.
The VZ Scorpion spelled with a K instead of a C. The 32 ACP. Full auto with the top folding stop.
Yeah, the little wire thing.
Yeah.
I like that one. Didn't they put that in Call of Duty one time?
Yeah. It's been in a lot of games.
Counter-Strike.
What's his face? He used it in a movie. Leonardo DiCaprio. He was like an anti-terrorist FBI or CIA guy over in the Middle East. And I forget the other guy. But what
so did
is?
you mold yourself some Kydex yet for that APX?
No, I don't have any Kydex.
Slacker. Overnight that shit.
I found companies that make APX holsters.
Damn. Could have been the first guy on YouTube. Like, I'm going to show you how to make a Kydex APX holster. Gonna need some of this shit right here.
I really think I want to start buying those. What the hell? Bravo concealment torsion, DOS torsion holsters. They're supposed to press the gun more into your body instead of sticking out a lot. I think they start at $69.
You ever see that picture of a guy who had a imprint of a Glock 26 on his fat roll? Like, you know, people get muffin tops because they wear jeans that are kind of tight, right, around their waist, and then they gain weight, and their body just puts the fat wherever it can fit, right? This dude carried a Glock 26 for years, and he put on some weight, and there's like this permanent impression of a Glock 26 in his fat roll.
So he's got a Glock top.
Yeah, he's got a Glock top.
Anybody see this trailer for the Charlize Theron movie?
The what is it? Atomic Blonde?
Yeah, Atomic Blonde.
Oh, that yes.
Yeah, she's the devil.
What kind of devil?
She's pretty hot. The movie looks pretty badass. It's got like a fucking sweet lesbian scene in the trailer.
I think she's one of the most beautiful people in Hollywood right now.
But she made Sean Penn melt his gun collection down.
Yeah, well, he's kind of crazy anyways.
Sculptor could make a sculpture out of it.
He might not need firearms. He's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
I'm sure the
with him.
I'm sure the Democrats threatening to take away his, liberal card.
She's anti-gun though. I don't know if I could forget. Maybe I could turn her.
Damn, now I gotta find a new South African wife.
Yeah, they're kind of like a weak female John Wick, but still look cool. Like a slower version of a John Wick girl.
Well, now we know who's going to be cast in John Wick Chapter 3.
Oh, yeah. Well, guess I gotta give her props.
Maybe she just 9-shamed him.
Yeah, could have been.
Yeah. She's like, melt all that polymer shit down. Get a real gun. And then she shows a picture of Tony.
I don't know that he had a bunch of polymer guns. I think that him and his brother had a bunch of cool and rare guns and shit. And his brother died, and he still was a pussy and caved into her and melted them down. Like this sculptor that she hired melted them down with a torch and shit.
All of them?
Yeah, and built an anti-gun sculpture out of them.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Even his dead brother's guns. So I don't know if I can forgive her, but I'll probably watch that movie without paying for it somehow.
That must be like next level super badge or something, because that's basically, I want you to melt your soul.
Yeah, like she's that crazy. And she's South African, right?
Yep.
So she ain't even American. Can't trust her.
I'm telling you, man. Hashtag next level badge. Gotta be. Must be something incredible. Like he must hear fucking angelic music every time she takes her clothes off.
When does this movie come out? Because I want to see it.
I kind of do too. But then again, I'm not sure I want to anymore. She's gonna melt. She's gonna make me melt my ticket.
She's not. Did she ever like make the Hollywood most hated person list?
Mm. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll pick up that gauntlet of challenge and see if I can fix that.
DB.
Why is someone so low? Like I hear somebody, but
Oh,
mad
sorry.
low.
That's I got my head turned the wrong way.
DB.
I'm here to be Dano. Dano. Where's Dano?
At the range, pew pew in a Glock 43.
Dano. I can't wait to see his fucking groups with that thing.
I can't believe he's still there shooting.
Right.
4,000 rounds, dude. That's how many rounds it takes before he trusts a firearm. 3 cases of ammo.
I thought the guy on that civilian armed defense channel was a little excessive. So
I like when
1,000 rounds. I think this Glock 43 is good to go.
What about Reed Hendricks when he was like, he said like 1,000 rounds of ball and like 500 rounds of your carry ammo? Like, dude, shut the fuck up. I throw it to your face. I'll be like, shut the fuck up, dude. You know how many fucking... God damn, that's a lot of fucking money.
I could see if you just buy a box of like your carry ammo. If you get them like law enforcement boxes, 50 rounds is good. I don't do that personally. I do a couple mags or something. But
yeah, the 50-round box, the 50-round boxes from where we get them from, right? You probably get them from there too. Are $25. I could see putting 50 rounds through it. Be like, all right, maybe 100 rounds through it at that price, and then being like, all right, fine. What the fuck? It worked.
Man, I'd love to have 100 rounds of Ranger tees.
Yes, SG ammo. There's a whole bunch of places that have the 50-round Rangers, XSTs, and all that shit. SST, and they're $20-something, man, for 50 fucking rounds. So it's like go for it.
Yeah, one of the gun shops up here, I got a box of Rangers for 9mm 50 rounds for like $23.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good deal.
Knock yourself out.
anybody notice a slick gun turned into gun deals?
No, not really.
Under new management?
No, I just went there yesterday. Right now, Brownells is having a deal on guns or something, and you can get a Glock 43 for like $419 from them. I'm thinking about getting a second 43 just to have dual carry, like fucking carry 2 of them shits.
Yeah, when I go to it, it says gun deals, gun.deals. It's weird.
Not for me.
Brand new Glock 19 Gen 3 lower.
I know, 150, right?
Yeah.
That's a good deal, right?
I need a 17.
That is a good deal for a fucking lower.
Yeah.
Try to stipple it or something.
Yeah, it's got all the parts in it. It's not like a stripped frame. You get for $75, I think, at the Glock store.
Yeah, Smith & Wesson's having that big fucking rebate thing, too. I was trying to tell this guy, this acquaintance I know, what kind of gun to get, and he's so new to guns that I might actually be like, maybe you need a safety. Get this M&P 2.0 for like $450 or something or what?
Yeah.
With the thumb safety.
Yeah, the 5-inch?
Yeah.
Or just the regular one?
For home defense. Yeah, the regular one. What is it? 4 inch or 4 1/4 or something like that.
Yeah. There's no rebate on those, right?
No, but they're cheap enough. Like,
There's just the Shield and the SDVE.
Man, they cheap. They cheap, bro. They cheap, bro. You know,
One of the
Frank
guns
Proctor,
you got a $50 rebate with. I just can't remember which one.
it's the Shields, the Bodyguards, the $75 rebate with Smith & Wesson. So you can get a brand new Shield now for like $220.
Yeah. The 75 was for the Shield. The 25 was for the SDVE, and the 51 was for, I can't remember. I guess the Bodyguards.
That should be on Matt's like best guns for under, well, rebate. Do rebates count? Matt's top 5?
It should, because you can usually find a good deal on a Smith & Wesson without a rebate. Or on a Shield.
So you really like that fucking Beretta?
Yeah, I like that. It's a good gun.
Done. No.
My range.
And that is a shooter.
Whoa. It's about time.
Do you trust this weapon with your life, sir?
Not just yet.
Oh, you had some malfunction?
Where's Dano at?
Yep.
He's all the way over there.
Malfunction.
At Tri-County.
Left.
Tri-County gun range.
You had malfunctions with a Glock, sir?
What the
Hard to
frick?
believe.
User error. User error. I call it.
Limp wrist.
Limp wrist. Limp wrist. Limp wrist, sir.
It was very random. It was not like there were a lot. There was, we're talking about maybe 250 rounds, I think, plus maybe 2 mags of defense ammo.
So what
I think I
happened?
maybe had 5 between failure to feed and a couple of failure to eject.
Now, is this with the shitty ammo you like to use?
This is also with brand name ammo, Mr. Snooty Ammo.
Is this the shitty? Because it's hard to troubleshoot when you're like, no, this is that remanufactured shit I got from Joe
by the way,
basement.
Let me throw one other thing in there. My Glock 26, which I also ran today, had 0 malfunctions with the exact same ammo.
Oh my God. Well,
now the difference is the firearm and the magazines.
I never had a problem.
Were you thumbs forwarding the slide at all? Like, were you impeding
I'm
the slide?
I'm left-handed, so that's very difficult to do.
Oh. Okay.
Again, it's 0 on one, 5 on the other.
Just need to add some perfection to that Glock. It'll be good to go.
Okay.
No, I think it just, I'm keeping my fingers crossed when I say this, but I think it just needs, I've never had to break in a Glock in my life.
And you shouldn't ever have to break in a Glock in your life.
Well, I'm hoping that that's all this is, and that things will smooth themselves out. These things didn't get better after the first 100. They didn't get perfect. My other Glocks have always been perfect, except when it was clearly ammo issues, which I could see. And speaking of that, I got another problem. Actually, this other one actually is a problem. The AK, I got a round sitting in the chamber. They're not sitting in the chamber, sitting in the barrel.
You mean a squib? Halfway
Yep.
down the barrel?
Yep.
Oh shit, you were limp wristing.
Jeez, Dano.
Limp wrist in the AK, huh? Okay. I'll buy that.
Now, was this ammo you bought from a reloader from Gunchannels who routinely blows up his guns?
The AK ammo? Oh yeah, I always go get my remanufactured steel AK ammo.
How did you know it was a squib? Like it sounded weird or what?
Because the next round wouldn't go all the way in the chamber.
Oh, it's stuck right there. Could you knock it out with a cleaning rod?
It was like 2/3 into the chamber. Go.
Dano had a squib.
You try smacking on it with a cleaning rod?
No, only because I forgot my hammer at home, my mallet.
So,
use rock. You little rock with AK.
Put the rod on the table and
Just
the barrel down into it.
I had other things I wanted to do in the meantime. Like, I hadn't shot my Glock 43 yet. I hadn't practiced with my Glock 26 yet.
Oh, the 43 is the one that's screwing up? The 43 is the one that's screwing up?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, those aren't Glocks, so it doesn't matter. That doesn't They're not the Glock formula. They're fucking it up. They're making a difference.
No, they're the Glock formula.
Nah, they're based on the Glock formula. Like they drank a bunch of Glock formula and then made those guns, but they're not made out of.
They were fed Glock formula from the NBC.
As babies, yeah, they probably were.
Yeah, you gotta feed them Glock formula because they're babies.
So now I'm on my way home. Unpack, clean up, make some dinner, and hopefully make it to the daily
Hopefully.
podcast.
Got 2 hours.
I'm a busy man.
You got 2 hours.
I mean, nobody loads and unloads this stuff for me. I'm not DV. I don't have a loader and unloader standing by at the curb.
Well, DB counts it as unloading if he has to drive to the service entrance to have them take all the bags out of his Porsche.
Oh shit!
Because he feels like that's a unnecessary like extra stop. Like he doesn't like how they just take it up front to the valet. So he's got his hassles also.
Struggle is real.
Now, the good news, getting back to the Glock 43, is when I ran both some Ranger Ts and some Federal HSTs, no feeding issues whatsoever. So that was good news. But yeah, it was, and these issues are all happening on ball ammo.
That's half the problem. Ball ammo's weaker, isn't it?
Was it a Gila?
Ball ammo is what?
It's like lighter load and lighter powder.
I'm sure you're right. Yep. That would be true.
And the length of the projectile is always vary. So.
But this was what? It wouldn't feed? What kind of issue were you having?
I had, I forget the exact. I know it was a total of 5, but I'm going to say maybe 3 of them wouldn't feed, and 3 would not eject. I mean, it would try to, and then I'd have to drop the mag, shake it out. Because the case, the slide was going forward, and then it wedged the empty case between the slide and the frame. So dropping the mag alone wouldn't get it out. You actually had to fiddle, pull the slide back and give it a shake.
Yeah, so failure to eject.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wimpy, right? Strong springs. I imagine there's got to be a delicate balance with the whole thing. You've got to make it strong enough to work, but loose enough to work with.
Hello.
Man, two Beatles. Live
What's
from
up?
Tampa, Florida. It's Raphael. How's that for an intro? It's true.
Raph turned into a cat.
See a box. It's an unboxing video live. Watching me Volkswagen parts.
Raph, is that your Siamese cat?
It's a live exclusive. Just came back from Miami.
Foreign capital of the United States.
Back from Miami. Behold. Here it is.
Hammy.
Jesus.
Oh, you're going to be on Thursday's show.
Grim Reaper. Woo!
It is. It's heavy.
That's a big book.
It is a big.
Yeah, if you picked it up, it's a lot faster, a lot better than paying for shipping. Ooh, 30.
Oh, wait, there's more.
I was kind of worried there because I had to become a member of SAR or just to get the book. And then I tried to log in, see what was happening, and I couldn't log in. I think they lose my membership because I'm only there temporarily. Of course, I wasn't here to see it being delivered, but.
What kind of Nazis make you become a part of a group just to get a book?
It's called the Public Library.
No, Small Arms Review. So they have a online bookstore, and I had to become a member so I could order it.
Oh, you get a discount?
I don't know. Not a cheap book.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I mean, the point of the membership is it to get a discount off of books?
It's probably where is the only place that has it available, I guess. He sent me the link.
They were available at the Tulsa Gun Show that you were at.
I wasn't really looking for books or anything. Trying to get acquainted with stuff.
Is that a hardcover?
Oh yeah, hardcover. It says 1,000 pages. I don't know. It's sealed up. I'll unseal it later. Find a good place for it in the bookcase.
So you better get reading.
How about on your nightstand so it starts getting read?
I just got here from Miami.
I should still be around.
Wait, the Beetle made the trip?
No, my dad's. RAV4. Toyota RAV4.
See, if you want a good...
A Hyundai.
No, it's Toyota. They all look alike. It's one of those SUVs.
See, if you want a good gun book filled with a bunch of random information written during the time, you should check out Hatcher's Notebook.
I've seen Hatcher's Notebook. Wrote a book about that.
A lot of interesting stuff in there, including what happens when you get stuff stuck in your chamber and headspace issues, and what happens to the gun.
while, a long while. Hi, all. Hi, Gunchannels.
Hi, Raphael.
Hi.
McDonald's coffee. Spell this shit in your crotch, dude.
Lawsuit.
Product placement. Product placement. This is the way YouTube videos are going to be in the future.
Oh, great. That McDonald's money.
Demonetized.
Make that McDonald's money so I can sue them for giving me heart disease.
What if you spill a cold beverage on your nuts and then you become sterile?
Yeah.
And then you sue them for millions?
Millions for each kid that you didn't know.
Yeah.
It'll go all the way to the Supreme Court as Jenner versus McDonald's. Yes, his metamorphosis is complete. He is now the pink dragon.
Only in America. Oh, actually, there's no places where you can. A boy can be born and become a girl.
So what are they going to do in the almanacs about all the Olympic, gold medal winners? Or whatever. They're going to say Bruce Jenner, born so-and-so date, died April 9th, 2017, reborn as Caitlyn Jenner, not associated with gold medal winner.
No, it can't be reborn if it's Bruce. Bruce cannot be reborn.
Reconfigured.
Remanufactured.
He can be chopped off.
Yeah, he literally had a firmware update.
He's Caitlyn 2.0.
Oh, God.
Oh, who was it? Ben Shapiro. He was talking about how there won't be any women's sports in the future because they'll all be dominated by men identifying as women.
Right. Start a whole new league. A league of their own.
Well, it sort of has happened before. There was an Olympic female that was actually a guy.
Bruce Jenner?
Are you talking about that biathlete from Zimbabwe or something?
It was in the 30s, in the dark times of the empire, 30s in Germany. Female athlete who was a man. Has happened more than once. The Castor Semenya. One. Intersex athlete.
Welcome to the first annual United Unisex Unique Olympics.
Yeah, I need to learn my pronouns because there's like fucking 90 of them now.
It's
crazy.
28 mental disorders. That's all it is.
Everyone will be offended by something. Nobody will be able to talk without offending someone, somewhere, somehow.
That's the way it's going.
I'm offended by that gender and that pronoun.
If I didn't offend at least one person every day, I think something's wrong with me. Actually, to be fair, I haven't broken Gunchannels dating today. Ooh. I don't think I've been overtly racist either.
See, it's crazy times like this that you miss Stone Guy.
What's so crazy?
People identifying as like attack helicopters and God knows whatever the hell they else want to, and we for some reason have to believe it because if we don't, we're fucking bad people.
Yeah,
it's crazy. What was the phrase I gave Smeggy?
Because you're bad if you think nature makes pretty good decisions most of the time.
Oh yeah. Smeggy's trans armament. That's
nature does things that are stupid too. So you're going to say that you can never change nature because we change nature all the fucking time. Every time we put on a pair of spectacles, we change nature, right? Should we all be not clearly?
I knew you were going to speak up because you love to play the role of the contrarian.
What do you mean? He's right though. If you put something over your eye,
Realist, that's all. You want an echo chamber?
I'm a cyborg.
Oh.
Well, actually, you know what? Let's be fair. Glasses.
To be contrary, just for the sake of being contrary, is not great. An echo chamber. That's.
Hey, echo chambers is what kept Hillary Clinton from getting elected. So sometimes they're a good thing.
I think just being a four-letter C word is what got her elected. See, that wasn't sexist.
I don't know. I mean, Hillary Clinton did not get elected, but I would almost suggest you could have an argument for echo chambers made it even possible for her to be in the running. She's a fucking criminal. She should have never got as far as she did if it wasn't for us sitting back and thinking, we're right, we're right, we're right. You know, if a couple of less people would have been activists or we wouldn't have had, you know, actual rightness on our side, then
I think the blind
might be a good point for her.
stupidity is what got her that far. They bought into the message.
Found her.
So I got a question. If once I get home, and I won't do it till later tonight, but if the cleaning rod and the mallet doesn't get that out of there,
it'll get
any
it
other suggestions?
It'll get it out. Trust me.
You have anything besides a cleaning rod?
Yeah, like maybe put some lubricant down the barrel.
No, more like something like wood or like a polymer rod. Something that isn't metal, I guess. Something brass. Because if you're talking a projectile in there, it's got a point on it. So if you put a cleaning rod in there, even backwards, it's going to jam it between the conical shape of the projectile and your barrel. So if you can get something that's a full 30 caliber, like piece of wood, like a dowel rod that's that long, a little bit smaller than the diameter of the barrel, and then sacrifice it, just beat the fucking snot out of it. That would work if it's not in there too tight. If it starts to split the wood, then you're going to want to put like a piece of Delron or some sort of hard plastic to fill the entire diameter of the barrel, like a plug, and then and then whatever, you know, then something to smack that down. So like if you had like a plug of Delron, you know, like the size of like a glue stick or something. But anyway, if it's worst case scenario, go in from the back. Try drilling a hole up the back and using a easy out or some shit to screw that shit out.
Okay.
I mean, it's an AK, so you're not going to get a drill in there, but might be able to get something down in there with like a backwards. Or it doesn't really matter which way you crank it.
Right.
And then the worst case scenario, anytime you get a bullet in there, is just heat it up to where the lead melts, but hopefully you don't have to do that shit. That sounds like a complete dummy round, like a empty, you know, no powder, just a primer, because it would have gone down the barrel if it had any powder in there.
Well, it was enough to cycle the bolt.
Yeah, a primer will cycle a bolt. So that could just be a primer jammed it in there, because if it can't even fit another round in it, didn't go down very far. So it shouldn't be a very difficult thing to pull that out.
Now, the other complicating factor, I guess I just forgot to mention this, but this is a very important point, is there was a small amount of smoke that came out of the breach.
That's no big deal. That's normal. The worst problem with all of this is that you already sold your other AK, so now you don't have a fucking AK in the game.
No, it's on consignment. It hasn't sold.
All right, well, this is a good reason to have two as one, right?
I mean, I could drop a nickel and say, pull it off the shelf.
This, to me, since you're going online and broadcasting that you're down to none AKs, this sounds like the time when Cuba's going to make a fucking decision.
Well, you messed up your AK.
Yeah. Took it out of the back.
It was
Yeah,
just a squib.
I messed it up. Yeah, I made bad. According to DB, I made DB. I reloaded my own steel case AK ammo.
It's fucked up, man. You're only supposed to reload that like once.
Squibbed your AK?
We were shooting one time, and I don't know how it happened, but my roommate went to go rack his Glock, and the bullet came out of the magazine but twisted around so that the primer was lodged in the chamber of the barrel. And I had to like very carefully tap it out with my AK cleaning rod, thinking, I really hope this thing doesn't go off the entire time. I was like, I've never seen a malfunction like that before.
Oh, so you were like tapping on the primer?
Very gingerly, because that was the only way to get it out.
Wow.
And I told him, I was like, you might want to stand back because it could go off if it's a light primer. But like, I have no idea how that happened. Like, I've never seen a malfunction like that in a pistol before.
That happened to me once with an FEG PMK 380, but it was an empty case that went in backwards into the chamber instead of like stovepiping.
Yeah.
Is this like True Gun Confessions?
I had to do it, so I don't feel bad.
Salmon King.
Mine fell right out. Like I didn't have to punch it out or anything.
You'll never believe what happened. I was there on the range.
Almost like a fishing story. There I was.
It's not as bad as Nathan shooting himself, so.
That's messed up.
Who shot himself?
Nathan.
Dog Leather?
Yeah.
When? When did that happen?
A couple weeks ago, I guess.
Oh shit, I missed that.
It was on one of Hit or Miss Tuesday night, 9 o'clock chats.
How did they shoot himself?
He was shooting, I think he said it was a 7mm Magnum, and he had the gun pointed up at like a 45-degree angle, and for some reason the safety slipped off, and his finger hit the trigger, and it went off, and part of the brass casing came back and like nicked him in the arm. So he had to like, pretend nothing had happened, go home and like suture up his arm.
Start breakdancing.
You mean some of the jacket?
Yeah. He was like, yeah, it was one of those days where I was the only guy at the range, and the range master was in like his little shack, not paying attention. So he was like, had blood running all down my arm.
That's when you close the wound with those little dots from the CUCV targets.
Yeah.
Tape the wound shut.
Plus, they have the added bonus over a regular bandage, where if you ever get the dot in the exact same spot,
they'll see it. This is where he hurt himself. Hey, G, did you sell your PMR-30 to Snake?
Yep.
I kind of thought so. Like he was talking about wanting one, and all of a sudden, like, I'm selling my PMR-30.
Once again, the front management, just as before. It wasn't one I planned.
Last night, I was seduced by a martini every night. I'm like trying to I calculate how many different ways I can try to come up with a funny
So have y'all seen this thing I saw on Facebook a couple weeks ago? It's like an exercise ball for your mouth, and it's supposed to strengthen like your neck muscles, but it looks like a gag ball. It's like, yep, that's what I want to be rocking when I'm at the gym. A fucking gag ball.
Why would somebody want to strengthen their? Why would somebody want to strengthen their jaw muscles?
I don't
muscles, know. Yeah. It's the ones that run down either side of your Adam's apple.
So that you get when you get punched in the face.
Supposedly it tones up your face so it makes you look younger.
It does.
Like that.
Or it's supposed to.
Supposed to, yeah, but it makes you look like a damn idiot, if you ask me.
Well, what you're supposed to do is you put that ball gag in your mouth. And then
Little
you wear
ground up rhino horn.
No, you wear a Bane mask on top of it. Those high altitude masks. You put that over it. So not only are you choking on the ball, but you're actually suffocating yourself slowly too. You're like, I'm doing this for beauty and health.
Like, I saw it on April Fool's Day, so I thought it was like a joke, but it's like a real website and everything, so it's a pretty elaborate joke if it is.
Oh, the links that anonymously goes to.
See if I can find a link to it, because the video is like hilarious. It's like this guy working out super hard, but he's got this like gag ball in his mouth.
Yeah.
Wait, was that the equivalent of the King of the Hill moment? We're all standing around drinking beer? Yep.
Nope. What is this holster that ballistic expansion is?
I sent Jimmy a company page that will make him a Kydex holster for his raging bull. If he insists on crunchy plastic holsters.
So, Dano, other than your failures, what did you think of the gun?
Oh, it's nice. Very, very nice. Love that slide stop lever.
You shoot that better than the 43 or the 42?
We're reasonably similar. I mean, today I wasn't doing paper accuracy tests. I was just shooting steel and just trying to get rounds through it. So I really didn't do an accuracy test. But, I mean, I was shooting like 6-inch plates from like, there's a big pussycat. From like 30, 40 yards.
Well, yeah, that's good.
And for me, that's accurate enough. But being that it's a thinner gun, the webbing of my hand between my thumb and my index finger started getting a little tender after about 150 rounds.
Oh, well, that's just because you're a sissy.
Right.
Sissy pants.
We know that, though. I mean, so there's no need to like restate it. Just Dano sissy pants.
Yeah, I never had any feeding issues with mine. I only heard of the feeding issues in the early 42s. I never heard of any feeding issues before.
Can you try saying that again, Moon? My signal kind of dropped out here.
So I never really heard any problems with the 43 feeding.
Oh, okay.
Widespread.
Ralph, I'm getting a disturbing image with that cat in front of you. He keeps licking in some unusual place. I just see the head going up and down and up and down.
He's licking himself. He's licking my hand. Scratching himself. How's the Tokarev?
I don't know. Hopefully it shipped today.
I had to drive my sister to Miami. She took a bus here, but so I did the pilgrimage. No, we Cubans have to go there at least once or twice a month.
Yeah, the friend I had in college, his family was all from Cuba, and they all settled in Miami except for his mother. So they had to do the annual pilgrimage to Miami.
Or Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Meow me.
Meow. Bite, huh? He likes to bite the hand that feeds him. Strong.
Do you guys still have video stores by you?
No.
Blockbuster?
There's a place in my town called Family Video, and I actually thought they were out of business. I just drove by and realized they're still open.
Wow. That's amazing. Maybe you went into a time warp. This day, Ralph was eaten by his cat. That's where the bite. That's pretty good.
Well, I'm back at the armory, so I'll catch you guys later.
Word.
He's upset. He wanted to go outside, but he can't. So he's taking it out on me. Cat channels. What?
The cat said hello.
Yeah, he said hello. Meow. That's the cat food shifting. There's a bag of cat food over there. He wants to investigate.
Cat channels.
Cat channels.
Elvis TV.
Elvis TV.
I got to give you guys the 5-minute warning. Fixing to shut down for the day.
Yeah.
Gotta take my coworker back to pick up his car, so I have to leave a little early. But I guess I'll do the standard stuff here. Tonight on Gunchannels, we've got the Daily Gun Show coming up in 90 minutes, followed by Andalusia Armory, which is getting corked, and Hit or Miss Tuesday nights 9 o'clock. And is we like shooting Tuesday or Wednesday? Or do we not know?
Never watched it.
Well, it may or may not be after Hit or Miss.
Hit or Miss.
Tuesday nights 9 o'clock. I should get a royalty for that. Make Night Strike buy me that Enfield. Or that Martini Henry. Sorry. Hashtag Connery's birthday present. There you go. I will kill the first bear in your honor with it. Should I do that? You guys haven't seen my schnauzer before. Maybe I'll show them off later.
That'd be cool.
He's about to be 9. He's losing his eyesight because of diabetes. Dogabetes. I'm looking for a vet right now that'll do LASIK eye surgery on him.
Wow.
Well, I mean, it's just to burn out the cataracts. His vision is probably fine otherwise.
Dog LASIK.
Yeah. Yeah. At first I thought, they don't do cataract surgery the traditional way with scalpels anymore. They do it with a laser. So I thought, well, how come freaking animals don't get the same thing? And I did a little bit of digging, and sure enough, they do. There's just not very many of them out there that get it. So I found a woman who had it done, and she said, yeah, just email me where you're at, and I'll find the local doctor in your area that can do it for you. And I live in the third largest city in the country now, so there should be somebody here. Or I'm hopeful there's somebody.
Austin is a fine town. I've been there.
The only thing I can say that's great about this city is there's a lot of nice places to eat. Other than that,
yeah,
I don't really have a whole lot of praise for it.
We went specially to Austin because we wanted to go to 1 in a million.
Yeah.
But we got there at 7 and they had closed. Poor planning on our part. Cesar Chavez Boulevard, I think. We found the place, but it was closed. So no Monster Brew. Casino, Man versus Food.
Yeah, I watched that too. It's like sometimes I see those episodes and I said, you know what? I wrote it down. I wrote down the names of the places, and if I'm ever in those cities, I'm gonna try that shit. Like I want everything there.
We went to the Bar City. That one is in Atlanta, and we almost went to the Big Texas. I think it's in Amarillo, Texas.
Oh, the steak challenge?
Yeah, the steak challenge.
There's a lot of places here in Texas that do it now.
Yeah.
And there's another place that has like the world's biggest donut or something here. We make them. They're like $6 and you get one donut the size of like a spare tire on a Fiat or something.
Oh my. We were driving around somewhere in Texas and we stopped by a little mom and pop bakery. It was like house. It was in the house.
Yeah, yeah. Old Town
And
Spring?
they had, I don't know where it was, but because I wasn't driving, they had a cinnamon roll. It was huge. And two of those things. And
yeah, we got this place called Old Town Spring, and it's just basically a neighborhood of historical houses, and they're all businesses being run out of them. So my mom likes to go up there. I take her up there because there's just one place that makes a really good burger. She always has to have it. That and she
the only
likes
thing I
Fiona.
remember, the only thing that I remember is that we saw camels and we drove by Cadillac Ranch. We saw camels in Texas. That's the fun part of a road trip.
It's like, well, here you are. Take a picture and leave. That's the impression I got.
And we stayed somewhere called Venus, Texas.
It had no nightlife. That'd be funny.
Elvis is happy. He wags his tail like a dog. He knows his name too. Elvis! See, it's wagging faster.
I heard that when a cat wags its tail, it's actually annoyed.
Oh, he's happy. You can see it in his face.
My ex had a cat just like that. She called it she named it Beef.
He has attitude. He jumps on people.
Matter of fact, I think I saw my ex this morning on the way to work. Boy, was she looked terrible. She didn't give up her bad habit either. That's probably why she looks terrible.
Was it consuming large amounts of food?
No. It was not putting down the cigarette while driving.
Oh.
Which I was guilty of when I was younger. That was the first thing I did when I got in the car. But when I got my first BMW, when I officially quit. I stopped buying. I think that was back in 2007, 2006 or 7. Shit, in 10 years. Holy crap.
My dad used, but that was 50 something years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Now, Elvis is chewing on USB cables.
Just don't let it be the lightning port adapter. I heard someone's cat got electrocuted chewing on one of those. He came home and he found what was left of his cat smoking on the cable. I was like, oh,
That habit.
bad.
Don't chew cables, Gato. I follow an Elvis Siamese cat. He is in Germany. Like him. I follow Siamese cats on Instagram.
You're kidding.
I follow. When I first had a membership I signed up for Instagram. For some reason, I found almost every. I follow 0.005% of cats in Japan. I follow unusual cats. There's a cat with a blue eye and a yellow eye. He's white.
Oh, I forgot what that's called, but yeah, I've seen those before. Polychromatic something or other.
I think his name is Rich. I follow a cat that looks. His name is Bill Furry. He has a mustache, like an old-timey mustache.
Yeah.
Black, and his mustache is white. I follow a polydactyl cat in Japan.
Extra.
Yeah, extra digit.
Yeah.
Extra thumbs. I think his name is Uroni. I like strange cats. They're cool.
Okay. Everyone's got a hobby.
And
I like strange guns.
I've been following people with guns now because they follow me. I think they find the hashtag Gunchannels or Daily Quiz Show or something. So they find me and I follow them.
Yeah, I put gun channels, gun websites, gear websites, and the pew pew life and like everything.
I follow a gunsmith in California.
That's an oddity within itself.
Yep.
All right, well, I got to shut down. I'm fixing to head out. I got to go take my coworker to work, or to his car. See y'all for the Daily Gun Show if I make it home in time.
Ciao.
Later.
Gotta keep an eye on Elvis.